Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican, or he's nervous Latino.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Literally not true.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Great to have you here. We're about to dig into a ton. I've got a huge list of documents that the Idaho police in Moscow, Idaho, just released to the public free of charge, which is amazing because a lot of times the states charge you per page on this. So we're excited, grateful for them to release this publicly. I do realize that some people are having a hard time getting a hold of these documents because the website has crashed that they hosted on. Have no fear. You can find them all on the Discord page as the gavel drops. You can find the link to Discord right here in chat. We'll drop it periodically through this, and you can access them there. So it's all good. Do I have water? I have water. I'm a little late because I was eating a cough drop preemptively. I've got water. I've got more than this. I've got one spare water and another flat of them in the other room. So it's all good. It's all good. We're gonna be digging into these documents here in just a second. Before we do, I do have to say congratulations and thank you to Kim R, who was first in chat. You can't use the word J today. Apparently, she has banned that letter. J. Did you move the screen on the laptop? No, it just looks. It's very thin. It's right there. That's where I'm going to be pulling things up from. Let's see. I do notice that I've got like 700 things on my desktop on my laptop, which is, well, I've got a lot on my desktop. I'm not going to show you. File names and everything might reveal more than I want to, but they show up on the desktop that I'm going to be using because my built-in desktop is full. It's cluttered. I need to clean up the desktop. Do you have a flat of water? Yeah, is that what you call it? A flat of water, like a package?
Is that correct?
I've got that. Kim, congratulations, first in chat. Your exuberance to be here, being first in chat. Clearly, you're ready and able and willing to take on your responsibility as an internet owner for the rest of the day. You are responsible for everything IP-related worldwide as a punishment for breaking the silence of chat. You've won before. You will win again. You're going to do fine. Thank you very much, Kim. This is going on your permanent record. All right, with that out of the way, let's get set just a little bit and let's set the stage. If you missed yesterday, Bryan Kohberger had his sentencing hearing, and it was, I guess you could say it was carried out yesterday as well. He appeared in court, and it was one of the most remarkable and surprising and shocking and powerful and emotional victim impact statements that we've ever seen. And I say statements. All victims, family members, just so many people shared their experience of what they're going through. A lot of united front from them. I know afterwards in the messages outside the courthouse, there was some people who are not happy with the government, the prosecutors, and the deal that they offered. Particularly the Santa Claus prosecutor, who we love, Mr. Thompson. But we've got a lot of that, and then the sentence was handed down. They were consecutive life sentences in addition to the 10-year sentence for burglary. Mr. Kohberger will spend the rest of his life in prison, and he was transported last night as well to his new home. So in anticipation of that, the Moscow police, knowing that there's a lot of interest in the case, there's a ton of documents that they have collected on their side in the investigation. They said, we're going to release everything we can right now, not the redacted things, but we're going to release, or not the sealed items, but everything we can. and we'll make it available publicly on our website, which we got. There are 314 different documents that are talking about everything from a log of who entered the crime scene and where they went and when, to tips that were received and the follow-up and interviews that were handled, videos, how they were collected, various evidence, stuff from the autopsies of the victims, interviews. We've got everything in there, and we're going to go through some of that and see how the police found out about different details and some things that weren't helpful as well. Tips that didn't pan out. Bryan Kohberger is innocent. Things like that. So we will be doing that right now. And I have to say a massive thank you to my amazing mod, Amber. Amber is Calypson's vixen here in chat. She also runs the As the Gavel Drops Discord page. I don't run it. That's her page. And you can find all these documents over there. So who's playing Minecraft on your screen? Where? Oh, down here. This guy? That's not Minecraft. That's a dude up over in England. I think he goes by the name of Ripple, and I think he's playing Daisy. Yeah, he's playing Daisy for sure. But that's because YouTube has forwarded to the next video. He's over here. Here, I'll get rid of him. There. Now it's not distracting, right? Anyway, I got to thank Amber. She stayed up most of the night. She's probably very tired. Don't make her mad today. She's done a ton of work and given us a list of some of the important documents, sort of weeded out the things that we either already knew or don't provide more information about the case. So we're going to tear through these as well. We went through the first 50 documents. Now we've got maybe another 30 or 40 to review here this afternoon. Well, Mr. Neely's lawyers and the prosecution are hammering out the jury instructions that will be happening tomorrow with closings and everything in his sentencing hearing. So we will be here for the rest of the day. Big thank you to Kim R, who gave an awesome super sticker. Thank you very much. Tumwater Troy, 22 months on the jury. Thank you, Tumwater Troy. We visit your neck of the woods often, and up there in Tumwater, Washington. Stream lights up my screen. Voices dance and chat with me. Home in every stream. Yes, it's great. Lois Cox as well. Great job, Amber. Much appreciated. Thank you, Lois. You echo my sentiments exactly. Lois as well. Amazing supporter of the channel. Thank you for all you do. All right. Let's go to... I will try to keep an eye on chat a little bit, but it's sort of in my peripheral because I'm going to be reading a ton of documents. We're jumping straight to document number 72 out of 314. These are supplemental reports with the police department. Let me get it on the right screen. Right there. And command 1. Full screen. Command 1. There we go. All right. Can you guys see this? Does that look good? All right. And I need the proper mouse. My mouse is going to be all over the page. I hope that doesn't bother you, but it's just how I read. This particular report is by an officer named Brett Payne, and it's the interview is an interview with, and we're just leaving the initials. I realized that we could deduce what some of these names are, but I'm going to try to use initials as much as possible or skip them where I can just to give you the pertinent information without knowing the individual's precise name who gave them information. But an interview with BJ on December 2nd, 2022, the FBI tip line received a call from K-Bar employee MD. So a K-Bar employee, when we're talking about K-Bar, we're talking about the knife. This is the murder weapon that they believe was used. This particular demonstration knife is just plastic, but it does have the same K-Bar, U.S. Marine Corps, and USMC stamping that they found on the sheath at the crime scene, and the same snap and features that way. So it helps us understand the size and just the severity of some of this. But so when from K-Bar employee MD, reference LM, M had been contacted earlier on December 1st by ISP detectives Boone and Barrett due to his name being provided by K-Bar on a list of people who had placed orders from K-Bar. He stated a call taker named BJ from K-Bar received a strange phone call from M on 12/1. Jay provided a written statement about what the conversation entailed. Jay stated that she answered the call with normal greetings directed by K-Bar. M interjected when she asked about his concerns about the call and stated, "We will get to that later." J went on to tell M why the order was canceled. M stated he understood he never put his phone number on orders to prevent phone solicitation. M then abruptly asked, "What can you tell me about the two feds that showed up at my door today questioning my recent K-bar order?" J stated she did not know that M was talking about, and she had no knowledge in the investigation. M then stated something to the effect of, "You know, a K-bar sheath was left at the scene?" J stated she did not know anything about the situation and asked M if he wanted to complete his order. M stated he was a collector and had enough for now. He also added he better hold off on things until things died down a little. M then ended the phone call. I spoke with Detectives Boone and Barrett on 12-2 and asked if they mentioned the knife sheath. Both detectives stated they did not mention anything about the sheath and that the conversation with M was very routine. They did not record their conversation. I called Jay back on 12-13 and asked her to tell me about the call with M. Jay reiterated the contents of her statement. However, she stated M told her a K-bar sheath was left at the scene and added M told her one of the investigators told her that. Investigation into M continues. Who is M? It's not BK, I can tell you that. But people getting information and stirring the pot and causing problems for the police. Let me move my replay machine. Hang on. Pretty wild. So that's one of the tips they got from K-Bar. Next on to document number 75. This is about Kaylee's stalker. There we go. This is from Danny Vargas. This is a phone interview on November 15th. On November 15th, I had a phone message from the front desk to contact R, as she may have information regarding Kaylee Goncalves having a stalker. On November 15th at 11:15 hours, just before noon, I called and spoke with R. I introduced myself and told her I was given a message to call about a possible information regarding Kaylee having a stalker. She told me and some friends that she and some friends had lunch with Kaylee around September 11th, and that she thought Kaylee said something about having a stalker. She thought Kaylee mentioned receiving something in the mail, but some of the other friends at the lunch thought Kaylee mentioned getting a strange message through Facebook Messenger. She told me she had been speaking with all of the friends who were at lunch, and they were trying to remember what was said. She provided me with the names of the other friends who were at lunch with Kaylee on or around September 11th, and here's a list of names. They graduated last year, left the university last semester, was a student at Washington State University, or a current student. She provided me with the name, JQ, and told me that Jay and Kaylee were very close friends and had plans to live together in June. R said Jay was not at the lunch, but she thought Kaylee would have spoken with her the most. R said Kaylee spoke with J, O, and B the most. I asked if she could think of anyone who Kaylee had had issues with, and she said no. She told me Kaylee was very kind-hearted to everyone. I asked how the conversation came up regarding the stalker at the lunch with Kaylee, and she said Kaylee would always talk about things in a light-hearted manner, and that she at one time was speaking about childhood trauma in a joking manner, and they did not think much of it. She thought the stalker topic just brought up at some point during lunch conversation, but she could not remember how specifically. I thanked her for the information and told her to contact us if she remembered anything else. And then at November 15th, at approximately 2:30 p.m., I called and spoke with JQ. Jay told me that she and Kaylee had plans to move in together in June and said she spoke with Kaylee often. I asked her about the topic and Kaylee saying she had a stalker. She told me she remembered Kaylee mentioning something about a stalker but could not remember any of the details. She said she last saw Kaylee the weekend of October 3rd when she came for a visit to attend the U of I football game. She said she also visited Kaylee around the weekend of June 14th and did not think Kaylee mentioned having a stalker on either of these weekends. She thought the topic was brought up sometime during the previous school year in May. I asked her if Kaylee shared any information with her of having problems with anyone, and she said no. She told me she did not know anyone who did not like Kaylee or would have had it out for her. I asked her if Kaylee mentioned having any potential love interest or said she was seeing anybody. She said she told me that she last saw on the weekend of October 3rd, Kaylee said she was not seeing anyone or sleeping with anyone. I asked her what she knew about JD, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. She told me Kaylee and Jay both loved each other and did not have any hard feelings against one another. She said Jay and Kaylee started dating when they were younger, and Kaylee broke up with him so she could grow up a bit and experience other things. She said at first the breakup was hard for Jay, but they remained friends. She said she did not know the other roommates that well who lived with Kaylee. She said when she visited during the weekend of October 3rd, there was a bunch of people at Kaylee's house, but no one who stood out. She told me she was with OW and handed the phone to O so I could speak to her. I told O I had spoken with R about the lunch they had with Kaylee and the topic of the stalker. O said that she and her friends had all discussed the stalker topic, and could not remember exactly what was said. I asked her if there was anyone Kaylee spoke to about it, and she said no. She told me that she graduated from the university last year, was not in Moscow, and did not spend that much time with Kaylee. She said she did not know anyone who did not like Kaylee or had it out for her. She did not know Kaylee's roommates. I thanked O for speaking with me. O gave the phone back to Jay, who told me I should speak with Kaylee's friend, NG. She said N and Kaylee spent a lot of time together. O and Jay both provided me with their current addresses, which are redacted. I thanked both O and Jay for speaking with me and told them to contact us if they remembered anything else. My conversations with R, J, and O were all recorded and are copied into a DVD and booked into Moscow Police Department evidence. That concludes this one. Next up, we've got, I think, a statement from the boyfriend. This is document number 90. Report taken by Dustin Blaker. There's a digital audio recorded used digital audio recording. It's in evidence. Audio will be booked into DVD and booked into property. Here's the narrative. On November 16th, so the following day, at around noon, 11:55, I met with BF at her at her office, and they give you the address. Present during the interview beside me were me and B, were her blank TV, and Matthew, when with the Nevada State Police Investigation Division. Okay, they're blanking out police names, they're blanking out professionals, they're blanking out all sorts of things. So, this was a follow-up interview with B related to the homicide in Moscow, Idaho. I asked B who had the front door code. B told me the following people had the door code and listed 1, 2, the 4 victims, 3, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 people who had the door code to the front door. B stated the above-named people were the only ones she knew who had the code. She stated the code for the front door was the same code from the year before. I asked her what the code was, and she stated it was 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what it was. It was blanked out. B stated Maddie was the only roommate who lived in the residence the year before. B stated her, D, and Kaylee moved in around August 3rd. B stated that Ethan had his own apartment, but she was not sure where it was located. She stated Maddie kept her same room from the year before. Maddie's room was located on the 3rd floor on the east side of the residence, next to the bathroom. I asked her about Murphy's routine. Murphy's the dog, remember? Murphy was Kaylee's dog she had purchased when she was still dating Jay. B stated that Kaylee would primarily take Murphy out, but Maddie would also help. She stated that they never just left the door open because he would run away, so they would have to use a leash when they took him out. She stated Murphy would not bark that often and was very friendly. She stated Murphy would primarily sleep in Kaylee's room, and if Kaylee was not home, he would be left in the room. I asked her about the Uber driver Maddie and Kaylee used on a regular basis. She stated that Kaylee knew him from other blank who used him on a regular basis. I think sororities, or I don't know. B stated that they were would either contact the Uber driver through the app or contacted him directly. She stated the Uber driver was very friendly and always nice to everyone, and everyone trusted him. She was able to tell me the Uber driver was married and his wife had just had a baby. She told me he drove a small car, possibly gray or black, but she could not tell me more about the car. I asked her who in the house had a boyfriend. She told me Xana was dating Ethan. D was dating a boy named Q, who lived in Boise and went to BSU. Maddie was dating a JS, who lived in Boise. Kaylee was dating JD, but had recently broke up with him. And Kaylee was possibly hanging out with MB. B stated that M was Xana's big in the Greek system. I guess it's like a relation or a sponsor or a mentor or something. I'm not familiar with the sorority system. B stated, or the fraternity for that matter. There's a reason. I guess one is for girls and one's for boys. I haven't done either. So B stated that the relationship was new and that he never stayed over at the house, but Kaylee had stayed with him and possibly more than once. She stated Kaylee was also talking to ER, also somebody in one of the Greek groups. B stated that she did not have a boyfriend, but did mention that she was kind of hanging out with KD, who is something. I think that's a kind word, but we're not serious. I asked her if she had ever heard of OG. B stated she knew of O, and he also was a blank. B stated O was a nice guy and knew D. Whew. Lots of names blacked out. I asked her if she knew OB, and she did not. I asked B if she knew the person behind Kaylee and Maddie on the grub truck video. She stated she did not know who the person was. I asked her if she knew the guy by the name of S. She stated that she did not know him, but stated she had heard from a friend of Maddie's, S, a different S, that her boyfriend, JF, also a member of whatever group, that he would never want to get in a fight with S, as he has anger issues. I asked her who paid for the Spectrum Wi-Fi account. She told me it was Kaylee who paid for the account. She told me that the login for the password was password, and the Wi-Fi name was password. Not Wi-Fi name was... I don't know, whatever it was. I don't know what it was. I'm making up those parts. They're blacked out. Excuse me. She stated she did not know what the actual username and login was for the account. I asked her if she knew anyone who had gotten asked to leave any of the parties thrown at the house. She stated 2 guys from the whatever house, J.H. and another guy who she only knew as R, got in a fight and were told to leave. She stated this fight occurred about a month before the incident at the house. I asked her about someone named A.O. She said that A used to live at the house, but moved out. I asked her who used the bedroom on the west end of the first floor. She stated Kaylee and Maddie used the room as an office, and she stated Kaylee would use it for her work and had a computer in it. I asked her if any of the girls who lived in the house had jobs. She told me Maddie and Xana both worked at Mad Greek on Main Street. She told me that Kaylee worked for an online company and worked from home. She did not know who the company was. She told me Maddie also looked for an online company, but was not the same. Worked for an online company, but it was not the same company. She said the company Maddie worked for was out of Boise, and during the summer she had worked for them in their office in Boise. I asked her about the drug use in the house and who used. She told me Ethan and Xana both took Adderall when they drank alcohol. She told me that she saw Ethan and Xana both use Adderall the night before the murders, and she told me that she saw Ethan take a pill, and she saw Xana crush up a pill and snort it by using a rolled-up pill in her room. She also said she thought Kaylee also used Adderall, but was not sure. Adderall use and abuse is quite common on campuses. It's often viewed as a drug that helps you study, helps you focus, and pull all-nighters. So there's the rolled-up $2 bill that was mentioned in a previous document we read yesterday. I asked her if she has had any issues from any of the other people who live around them. She stated besides the 3 to 4 noise complaints they had, there were no other issues. She told me Kaylee would look up who the registered sex offenders who lived in the area. She stated Kaylee had found a registered sex offender who lived close to them in the blue apartments in Queen. Kaylee stated he was older in his 30s and 40s. She stated Kaylee was looking at the sex offender registry within the week or so before the murders. She stated Kaylee was into crime shows. Kaylee was into crime shows. She stated there was nothing that happened to prompt her to look up the sex offender registry. I asked her about 2 other incidents where Kaylee had mentioned some weird things had happened. She told me about an incident at Winco, which is like a bulk foods grocery store. It's a bulk foods discount grocery store, where a male had followed her around the store, watched her check out, and then followed her to her vehicle. Xana was waiting in the vehicle. She stated Kaylee said the male was African-American in his late 20s. She felt it happened sometime before Halloween, so mid to late October. She stated Kaylee purchased a case of White Claws for Xana. She and her roommates had found the door open on November 4th at around 10:57 in the morning, and they entered the house and grabbed golf clubs out of the west first floor bedroom. She and the other roommates walked around the house with the golf clubs to check out the house. Kaylee was not home for this incident as she had gone home for the weekend. Wind was blowing and the screws on the hinges were loose, and Xana's dad fixed it before he left that weekend. Kaylee told everyone about an incident where she saw a male watching her when she had taken Murphy out back to go to the bathroom. Murphy's the dog. She could not remember, B, the girl who she's interviewing, could not remember when this happened, but she could not provide an actual day. She stated she had been at a chapter meeting at the time Kaylee called them, asking if they were going to be home soon. The following timeline of events of November 12th, this is a timeline of events from November 12th to November 13th. B stated she was the last one in the house to wake up. When she got up, Ethan was in the house in the living room, and Kaylee, D, Maddie, Xana were all gone. B left. She got up sometime between 10 and 11 in the morning. B stated she checked her Find My Friends app and saw they were at Taco Bell at the time. Once Kaylee, D, Maddie, and Xana got back, they started getting ready for the day. Kaylee, D, Maddie, and B were in Kaylee's room, and they were getting ready for a party at Taylor Street, the Whites' residence. The house belonged to B, S, and K. The apartment is located on the second floor of the far east side of the apartment building. B stated this was between 11 to 12 in the afternoon. B stated Kaylee left for the Whites before the rest of the group. B stated she left at around 2 p.m. with Maddie, D, Xana, Ethan, H, J, J, L-Y, K, A, B, and SS. Big group. B stated that she started drinking at around 11:30 or 12, around noon, when still at 1122 King Road. B stated she was drinking mimosas on high noons throughout the night. She also stated that she also played a drinking game called Rage Cage later in the night. She felt she drank a 12-pack of high noons during the night, 2 mimosas in a standard wine glass. Is that a lot? A 12-pack of high noons? I don't know what they are. B was unsure of what she had been drinking when she played Rage Cage. She stated she was at the Whites up until around 3:48 p.m. when she left with Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and D. Stayed at the Whites. Maddie, Kaylee, and D stayed at the Whites. Ethan had left before her and Xana. B and Xana went to AB place somewhere on Taylor. B and Xana left there and at around 4:51 p.m. and went back to King Road. B, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and D were all at the house and made food. Ethan was not at the house during this time. At around 1800 hours, which is 6 p.m., B, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and D all went to take a nap, and they all set alarms for 2000 hours, which is 8 p.m. B got up at 2000 hours. Once they all woke up, they got ready to go to the blank house for a party. Maddie and B left first to go to an apartment at blank at around 2100 hours. Kaylee stayed home and was not going to go to the party. Xana and Ethan came over to the party after B and Maddie. D did not come with the rest and walked over at a later time. Maddie was not there for very long, and she went back to the house to go to the club with Kaylee. B felt Maddie left sometime after 9:09 p.m. Am I saying it wrong? Am I not saying Xana? Xana? Okay, I'll try to pronounce the name right. Xana it is. Thank you, Amber, for the correction. All right. One of the friends named YA got there and hung out with her. B stated that this friend showed up at around 2200 hours. They stayed in one of the apartments for a little longer, and she and Y went up to the main house for the blank fraternity. B stated this might have been around 22:30 to 22:45, so just 10:30 to 10:45. She stated that he hung out in the main part of the house. B says he hung out in the main part of the house for a while before she left. So we've got a he and a she in the same sentence, which is confusing. I think it's a she both times. Left the blank fraternity, and she saw Ethan and Xana in the apartment. B stated this was around 17 minutes after midnight. 3 more people went to the house again on Taylor. B stated that her and 4 people were the only ones at the house. B stated she walked home around 1 in the morning, and there were only 3 people in the house. Somebody's trying to call. Hang on 1 second. We've got somebody probably trying to give me a correction on something, which I lovingly accept. Oh, they hung up. They tried. All right. She walked home at 1 o'clock. They were the only ones in the house. They were watching Vampire Diaries for a while. At around 1:22 hours, Elle left. Dee went to her room after Elle left. After 2 o'clock in the morning, Kaylee and Maddie came home. Maddie, Kaylee, Dee, and B went up to Kaylee's bedroom once they got home. Kaylee was getting ready for bed, and as they were hanging out in her room, B, Maddie, and Dee went downstairs, and Maddie and B took Murphy outside to let him go to the bathroom. B only stayed outside for a short time, and then she went back into the house and put something away in her cupboard and grabbed a bag of chips. B went downstairs to go to bed. B stated nothing was unusual about Maddie and B's demeanor when they got home. B stated they both appeared to be happy. B said Maddie was highly intoxicated, and she had not seen her that level of intoxication for a very long time. B said when she went to bed, she was using her iPad to watch a TV show off of Hulu. They're calling back. Hang on.
Call from
Tessa.
Hey, Tessa, this is R.A. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I was trying to catch you yesterday before you ended the live.
Okay, we're live right now. Are you okay with that?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Go ahead.
I was watching the hearing with you guys, and I was trying to call in because I was trying to tell you, or wanted to tell you at least, that Scott works with my girlfriend, and he hasn't been at work for a while.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about the dad, right?
Yes, yes.
Man. Yeah, I can understand why he would not be wanting to work right now and focusing on other things.
Right. But I was like, oh, God, I've been needing to tell him that. I saw you were live, and I was wanting to call in and let you know. But, yeah, I guess my girlfriend had spoke to him before, and he said he wasn't going to be at work for, like, the whole entire, I think, month or whatever. And I was like, oh, I wonder if that's because he's doing his court, or he's in court or whatever. Maybe he was doing the documentary. But she said that he is very different now, and I feel so bad for all of them, you know.
What the families have been through is just brutal. We heard as they gave their statements yesterday, just their ability to share just the raw emotion and how they feel and do it eloquently was unbelievable. I've never seen the victim impact statements that, you know, on the whole were all like that. But just our heart breaks for them.
And I totally thought it was just so impacting because the one sister, you know, and the one sister who at the end she was asking all them questions, and, you know, he was just sitting there and not even saying a word. And like you said, when you were like, oh, I think they're going to object here soon, I'm surprised they didn't.
Yeah, that was amazing that the judge allowed it. It's not allowed according to the rules in Idaho. But the judge oftentimes is the referee, and you sort of call your own fouls, or you call the fouls that are committed against you. And the defense did not object, so that's why it was allowed.
I'm actually sad because I'm not that far from that courthouse, and I actually wanted to go into the courthouse and be there. But of course, you know, we all got to do our work. Yeah. So,
and you would have had to be there sometime the day before to get in line to get a seat.
Oh, right.
So we had two court watchers there. One was there at 8 p.m. the day before. She was number 2 in line, so that was Denise. But
that's awesome.
Thank you for the update.
I have one more comment. Yeah, one more comment before I go. There was somebody yesterday saying that, I don't know, they were saying something about how they thought that Bryan Kohberger was AI the whole time, because they're like, he's not even moving his eyes, like he didn't even move the whole time, and they were trying to like put it together and stuff. And I'm like, there's no way that, you know, they're trying to say he wasn't actually in court, and I'm like, there's no way that they're going to do that.
I think they're trolls that are saying that.
Right.
What they mean is that he's not very animated. I mean, that we can all agree on. In previous hearings, he has been almost like a statue. You can count on one hand the number of times he's shifted position or shifted where he's looking at. And his facial expression, he maintains throughout. He's been extremely good at not showing any emotion on his face, whether that's intentional or just a natural, you know.
Now, do you think it could be because they have said that he's autistic, or do you think that's just maybe, I don't know what he could be? I guess we all have our own opinion.
Yeah, what we don't know is we don't have the baseline of before, right? We don't have what he looked like
Right.
when he was in school, in college, when he was a teacher's aide, when he was, studying and going to class and participating in group projects and things like that. I'm willing to bet that this is different than anyone who knows him remembers him being.
Right.
So I don't know much about that.
I guess we'll just learn more as we go then.
Yeah.
But thank you for taking my call.
Not
I
a problem.
appreciate
Thanks for the
it,
call.
And I hope everybody has a good day today.
Thanks. We'll see you. Bye.
You're welcome. Thanks, Ari.
All right, let's continue this document. This is continuing the timeline. This is a witness by the name of B, obviously not a victim, but lives in the home and telling us the timeline of what happened between the 12th and the 13th, basically the time of the crime. So B said that when she went to bed, she was using her iPad to watch a TV show off Hulu. She said that she was watching Baby Daddy. She could not remember what episode she was watching or how long she was watching. As she was watching the show, Maddie came downstairs and asked her if she had Murphy with her because she could not find him. B said no. B said her door was locked, and she normally locks her door when she goes to bed. B told me that she eventually turned off the show and her iPad and went to sleep. B said she woke up after falling asleep to hearing what she felt was a firecracker go off, and she thought she saw a sparkler going off through the crack under her door. B stated she did not know what happened. Either B called D or D called B, and D stated that she thought she had been, and B stated she thought she had just seen someone dressed in all black in the house. B said Xana had been wearing all black. D responded by saying she thought he had a ski mask on. B stated she didn't really know what to say to what D said. B admitted both her and D get scared easily. B even thought that maybe one of Ethan's frat brothers could have been playing a joke. She told D to come down to her room, and D ran down to her room. B tried calling Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan's phones, and nobody answered. B said it was not normal for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan not to answer if they were sleeping if she had called late that night. B looked at her phone, and it showed that B called D at 4:19, and at 4:20, D called B back. During the call, B asked if she heard a firecracker, and D said she did. B could not recall if it was during this call or where D was talking about seeing someone in black walking in the house. Once B and D were in the B room together, they continued to talk about what they heard and saw. B told me D said the male in black was walking out the back door when they had made eye contact with each other. B said D said the male was white with a big nose and that he was possibly holding a small vacuum-type object. Small vacuum-type object. Interesting description. That's my family talking about vacation next week. We'll catch up with them later. B and D did not call 911 at the time because B thought D was imagining what she was talking about. B stated that both her and D were both still drunk and they were very groggy. B told me prior to hearing the firecracker, she thought she heard Murphy bark. She also heard what she thought was a beer pong table moving and cups falling. The beer pong table was located in the living room, which is above the B bedroom. B stated she was not sure what the sequence of events were for sure, but she knows she heard Murphy bark, the beer pong table, then the firecracker first before she called D to see if she had heard the same thing. B told me she tried calling Xana and Maddie at 4:21 and then tried calling Ethan at 4:22. She stated she tried calling Maddie, Kaylee, Xana several more times once D got into her room. She told me that when she went to bed, she remembers most of the lights being left on inside the house. She told me after trying to contact the other roommates, she fell back into sleep and woke up at around 7:30 and tried calling her dad about her tooth. She called her dad again at 8 o'clock, but there was no answer. She called her house at 8:01 with no answer, then called her mom at 8:02, and he answered and asked to talk to her dad. She answered. Her dad called back at 8:09, and she talked to him, and eventually took Advil for her tooth. She then fell back asleep. She woke up around 11 o'clock and noticed that no one else in the house was up. She stated she knew this because Xana's Snapchat location was not on, and it should have been. B and D got scared because they should have been up. B then called her friend Jay. He told her she and D were scared and asked if they would come up and to get them. We've got another call.
Call from
Ryan.
Ryan, Apple Snapple, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm planning to go tomorrow.
To what? Which one?
To the Lori Vallow sentencing.
Lori Vallow? Oh man, that's gonna be wild.
Do you want to call when I come out?
We're not going to follow the sentencing that one, but we'd like to hear afterwards. We'll probably talk about it briefly. We're just not going to watch it live. So at your convenience.
Are you aware of Colby right now?
I don't know what the status is. I haven't got updates.
Colby had a mini stroke last Friday.
Oh no.
And he had another one the day before yesterday.
Is he in the hospital now?
In the hospital. He is in the hospital. If you follow him on YouTube, he does do posts.
Yeah.
He had meningitis. It's meningitis caused, but we're keeping our thoughts with him.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. We can definitely do the same.
I know that Kay is on her way here. She took her flight this morning. But yeah, if we can put thoughts out there for Colby.
Definitely for sure. This is going to be the big closure. This is the last case, the last sentencing for Lori Vallow. She doesn't have anything else hanging over her after this one. What are you expecting tomorrow?
They're still investigating with other people having to do with Brandon.
Right.
But yes.
So, what are you expecting the outcome is going to be?
I think it's going to be life without parole for Charles.
Mm-hmm.
And then Brandon, I'm not sure. I think there's enough evidence to get life without parole, but I'm not entirely certain.
So do the states get to fight over her to who gets to keep her? Or are they going to share like a divorced family and share custody, pass her back and forth for the rest of her life in the jail systems?
Go back to Idaho on the next plane out of here, hopefully.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, Ryan, do keep us in the loop tomorrow after it's all over. We'd love to check in and hear.
I'm hoping I get in. I know it starts at 9. I'm planning to get there at 6 a.m.
All right. It's a solid plan.
Mainly to get out of the heat.
Yeah. Yep. Good luck to you, Ryan. Good luck, and thanks for keeping us up to date on the Lori Vallow case.
Yeah.
Those happenings.
But if everyone, Colby and Kelsey is his wife, keep them both in your thoughts, and just that we get justice tomorrow. She was denied a retrial because she did apply for that, but she was denied that.
Yeah.
But everyone have a great day. Be safe. Drink your water.
Yes.
And special shout out to my friend Kenzie that's watching.
Awesome. Love the shout out. Ryan, it's great to talk to you.
Love
Look
y'all.
forward to hearing you tomorrow. Love you, man. We'll see you.
Take care.
Bye. Ryan Apple Snapple, one of our great court watchers, a longtime supporter of the channel as well. Going to be with Lori Vallow sentencing tomorrow. So many sentencing for so many crimes. But justice is coming. All right, so finishing up this statement. This is a long one, so we've got a little bit left here. She tried to contact other people. She had her friend Jay come over. H come over. H arrived at the house, came through the front door, went up the stairs first, and when she and D went up the stairs, H turned around and told D and B to get out of the house and to call for help. B stated she could see Xana on the floor of her bedroom. B said that Xana was wearing underwear and a sweatshirt. B stated the door was partially open, but stated the door would normally be closed. B called 911 and was trying to talk to the dispatcher, was having a hard time talking. She had to give the phone to her friend so she could talk. We listened to this 911 call previously, so she could talk to the dispatcher. I asked her if she had ever seen Xana on the floor like that, like she did that morning. She told me she has never seen this, but had heard Xana would pass out on the floor in the past when she was highly intoxicated. She told me that H went back into the house. B could not remember if J and E went into the house. B told me she believed H grabbed a knife from the kitchen and went back into the house. When he went back into the house, B stated the police arrived as she was still on the phone and she disconnected with dispatch. B did not provide any further information related to this incident. That was quite a lengthy one. That was number 90. Now we're going to go to BK's neighbor, which is document number 103. Once again, this is written by Danny Vargas. This is an interview with Bryan Kohberger's neighbor, who is FA and AA. That sounds like a couple, probably a husband and wife. On December 30th, at approximately 6:30 in the morning, I stood by while a search warrant was served at blank, the residence of Bryan Kohberger. While on the scene, one of the neighbors, AA, who lived in the same building, stated her husband returned home and he might have additional information to add regarding Bryan. Hang on, need water. A had been interviewed earlier in the day by several FBI agents prior to F returning home. Detective Mowry and I met with A and with F. A met with both of them in their apartment. I recorded the conversation with my phone and informed them I would be recording our conversation, which they were fine with. A said she had been speaking with her husband about questions she was asked, and one question being if she had ever seen Bryan with anyone else. Her husband told me they did remember a time when they returned home, and they said they saw Bryan sitting on the stairs leading up to his apartment next to a male. Both described the male as having light brown skin, the husband described the male as having light brown skin, a sleeve tattoo on his left arm, wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts. Husband said the male was riding a dark color blue or black Harley type motorcycle. He said the motorcycle was not a sport bike and was very loud. He said that he and his wife both noticed Bryan and the male talking, but said as they got closer, both Bryan and the male stopped talking and looked at them. The wife said Bryan acknowledged them and asked how it was going. She said that it seemed as if Bryan was acting overly nice. She said that as they walked away to their apartment, Bryan and the male were still silent, did not continue their conversation. He said he saw the male get up and heard the motorcycle start, but did not see him drive off. The husband said this was the only time they ever saw this person or saw or heard the motorcycle. Husband said Bryan seemed like a quiet person, and they remembered meeting Bryan's dad when Bryan moved in. Husband said Bryan's dad was very talkative and said Bryan's car was always clean and neat, even on rainy days. The wife said Bryan would often park his car right in front of their bedroom window, and they would notice the headlights when he came and he went. Husband said he did notice when and if Bryan changed the plates on his vehicle. He did not notice when and if Bryan changed the plates on his vehicle. He looked through his phone and thought on the night of the murders, he probably went to bed around midnight. He did not remember seeing lights from Bryan's car or knowing if Bryan was home or not. He mentioned on another occasion seeing Bryan return home at around 1 o'clock in the morning and said he was wearing dark clothing. He had on dark-colored backpack, and he said hi to him, and he seemed pretty short with him. He did not remember what day this occurred, but he said it was not the night of the murders. The wife said she worked late hours often and would also see Bryan returning home around the same time she would, around 1 or 2 in the morning. We thanked both of them for their time and told them to contact us if they remembered anything else. Our conversation was recorded and is booked onto a DVD in police department evidence. How do you keep your car clean in the rain? That's when I clean my car. Free car wash. Okay, on to the DoorDash driver. Oops, here we go. This tip from the DoorDash driver. This is written by Brett Payne. On November 23rd at approximately 20:39 hours, so 8:39 p.m., MM came to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed about her presence in the area of 1122 King Road during the early morning hours of November 13th. She was identified as being in the area through records obtained from DoorDash via a search warrant and was confirmed as being in the area based off a Google geofence warrant. Okay, a geofence warrant, for those that aren't familiar, this is when you ask the cell tower or provide the cell tower companies, so the cellular telephone companies, to give you all the information about locations for phones within a specific area in a certain time period. You don't need the phone number. All you need is the basically draw a box on the map and tell us what times you want to know, and we'll tell you every time our towers put pings from phones in that location. It's a really scary, from a personal, liberty, standpoint. It's a scary ability they have because they can do it retroactively and go back in time. So they did this geofence warrant, which was obtained as a result of this investigation. I was accompanied by FBI Special Agent Alex Skelton. That's a cool name. During this interview. So the DoorDash driver, M, told me she worked for 12 to 18 hours on the night of November 12th. Man, that's a lot of work. To the 13th, and received 3 orders in the King Road, Queen Road area. 2 of the orders were at the Queen Road apartment complex, which is immediately to the east of 1122 King Road. M said the delivery at 1122 King Road was her final order for the evening. M said she could not find the 1122 King Road address as the address number was hidden by the porch light, which caused her to remain in the area for approximately 15 minutes. She also stated her Google Maps told her to go to the parking lot immediately behind 1122 King Road. M stated she initially parked in the front of 1122 King Road and could see a female in the top left window, the third-story bathroom. She said she saw the same female a couple more times in the same window, and she would duck down when M looked at her. M then said she drove to the back parking lot behind 1122 King Road and parked. She stated she could see the back courtyard area behind the house and noticed all the lights were on. M stated her map told her to walk into the back of the house, but she did not feel comfortable doing so because there was no path. She stated she started to walk down the road, which runs north-south immediately to the east of the residence. She stated a tan sedan drove next to her while she was walking. She said there was one male driver and noticed he did not look at me. She said he looked completely zoned and just drove by her. She later stated the driver was white with blonde or red spiky hair. She also noticed that dome light in the car was on when it went by, and later told me the male was wearing light-colored collared shirt. She stated she walked back to her car and drove back to the front of 1122 King Road, at which point she saw the address numbers. She said she placed the order at the front door, took a picture, and then left at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning. During the time that M was in the area of the King Road residence, the white Elantra can be seen via the King Road camera driving back and forth on Walenta Drive and then enter the King Road, Queen Road loop at approximately 3:56 hours. At the point M pulled into the front parking lot before she dropped the order off, the white Elantra pulled in behind M's vehicle, a gray Subaru Forester, and then exited the King Road approximately 2 minutes before 4 a.m. M did not mention seeing the white Elantra behind her at any time. I continued to question M about her time near the residence. She told me she walked down Queen Road at one point with her flashlight out. M can be seen doing so on the footage from King Road. M also continued to tell me the female she saw in the upstairs bathroom window would duck down when M looked at her. M described her as having long brown hair. She stated she could not identify the girl as one of the victims. Approximately 30 minutes into the interview, Special Agent Skelton requested M take part in a cognitive interview. M agreed, and Agent Skelton began the cognitive interview. During this interview, M confirmed much of the information she already told us. M was able to remember she had her dog with her during one of her walks in the area, but did not clarify much more in the ways of the details of the evening. We thanked her for the cooperation, offered any support she may need, and concluded our interview. Subsequent investigation of video footage and cellular data showed the tan sedan M saw was likely a light-colored SUV which left the area. Moreover, it does not appear that M saw the white Elantra at any point during her time near the residence. And there's the close saying it's all true and correct. So that's a little creepy and very interesting as well. That basically she can see a girl in the bathroom window from the main road, and I'm wondering if that was what Bryan Kohberger was driving around looking for. Let's see. Next, we go to number 106. This is the Taylor Road resident. Amber's calling right now. Hello, Amber. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Wonderful. I wanted to call real quick before you moved on to the next one. Okay. I hope my little descriptors next to the document numbers are helping you.
They are.
Some of them you're going to look at and go, what in the world is this? Some of these have details that weren't really known to very many people.
Right.
Others, like certain tips that were called in, were found to not have anything to do with anything. There are fewer of those. I only added those in if they were kind of comical for lighthearted comedic relief, sort of, kind of, and really just to show the contrast of how they process tips in comparison to other cases we've had. So some of these may not necessarily pertain to the investigation necessarily or for Bryan Kohberger, but it was part of their investigative process, and I thought it was neat that warranted we could pull it up.
I think it's important to note as well that the FBI is involved, and a lot of the tips went through the FBI and got filtered down, and these are some of the more credible tips that were warranted investigation, okay? Because they got they got thousands, a deluge of phone calls of people who claim they've seen who knows what, and some people are completely delusional and calling. They get all types, but these are going to be the more credible that warranted an officer on the ground there at the scene to follow up, and the police report is documenting those.
Right. I mean, and some of these, like, if you didn't see it before, Future had said that she came across one yesterday and was wondering if I had seen it yet, and it's actually on my list. Tips that were called in professing BK's innocence.
Yeah, we're going to get to one of those here in just a little bit.
Yeah, those are in there too.
Yeah.
So hopefully, if you guys have looked at all of the documents and you've got one that you want to make sure that we look at, shoot a number to me in chat or in DM, and I'll look to see if it's on my list that he's already got.
Yeah, I'm working off that list, so just text me something if there's anything that needs to be added. Just
cool.
All right. Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you, Amber. That's Amber, one of our mods and the runner, the owner, operator of As the Gavel Drops Discord page. Thank you, Amber. Have a great one.
Not a problem.
We'll see you.
Have a good one.
Bye. All right, Jen Pookie asks a great question. What is a cognitive interview? The cognitive interview is a memory retrieval interview technique that's designed to enhance your recall, help you remember details. And it's done in police interviews pretty commonly with eyewitnesses and victims. It involves using specific strategies to help individuals access and reconstruct events from their memory more effectively and accurately. So, I think there's an example in the Lego movie as well that you can find on YouTube with the good cop, bad cop. I don't know. All right. This is a new report. This one we're looking at is number 106. 106 is the Taylor Avenue resident, and this report is written by Brett Payne. On November 13th, so this is the day of, at approximately 1:49 p.m., I interviewed E.A. at the Moscow Police Department, reference to quadruple homicide at King Road. I asked him asked her what her relationship to the victim was. She told me Kernodle was her best friend and that the others were all of her close friends as well. After I collected her information, I asked her to tell me about her day on November 12th. She stated she left the football game and then went to see friends of hers at an apartment near hers on Taylor Avenue. She stated she arrived at her apartment approximately 8:30 p.m. and stated that she, J, H, J, and L all went to sleep early the evening of November 12th. She stated they planned to go to the lodge party but did not end up going. She stated she and H woke up at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, then stayed up watching TV until approximately 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, to be young again, right? This is crazy. These hours are wild. At which point they went back to sleep. She stated she woke up at approximately 10:30 in the morning on November 13th and stated that M had called her at approximately 11:51 hours that morning and said last night around 4 a.m. she heard and saw a man. She and B were locked in their room sleeping, and added she wanted A to come over to check her house because she was too scared. A also said M heard Goncalves scream and run up the stairs. A while later, M came out of her room and saw a man staring at her. A stated the man didn't do anything to M. M said she stayed locked in her room and heard the side door close, so she ran into B's room. I asked A if she asked M why she didn't call anyone that night. A stated that M told her that it was because she was intoxicated and didn't want to believe what was going on. M also told A the man was wearing a mask and could only see his eyes and nose. She stated that J went over to the house just before her. When A arrived, she stated she went upstairs but was stopped by J, who told A she didn't want to see it. A went back outside and the officers responded. I asked A if there was anything that seemed out of the ordinary from what she saw. She told me there was a large party at the house on Friday, November 11th. That's the first time we've heard of that party. A stated the house was a mess due to the party. She also told me she saw a knife laying on the floor at the top of the stairs when she went inside. A described the knife as a steak knife. It was later determined that J grabbed the knife when he entered the house. A stated that she remained outside and after she walked out of the residence until law enforcement arrived. She also stated that she came to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed. I asked her if she knew who would commit the murders, and she said she did not know. She added that she and Kernodle were no longer sorority members in that sorority. I asked her if there had been any stalking behavior or recent suspicions or suspicious circumstances, and she stated there had been nothing she could remember. She also stated there were no other conflicts with other victims she knew of. Concluded the interview after collecting information about her cell phone. And that concludes the Friends report for 106. Next up, Uber driver, 113. We've already had DoorDash. Now on to Uber, right? Okay. This is written by Dustin Blaker. Dated November 14th at around 5:10 p.m. I contacted EG in the front of the lobby of the police department. E had contacted Moscow PD earlier in the day and stated he is a local Uber driver and he gave Kaylee and Maddie a ride home on 1113 from the downtown area. He had been in the area of Spokane, Coeur d'Alene, and when he contacted us and stated he would not be back until 5 o'clock. I asked him how he knew Kaylee and Maddie, and he stated he drives for Uber and Lyft, and Kaylee and Maddie have become some of his regular customers. This is how he met them. He stated that he was contacted by Kaylee on the 12th at around 2200 hours and asked if he could pick her up and some friends at 1122 King Road and take them to the Corner Club. He arrived at the address less than 15 minutes later and picked up Kaylee, Maddie, and one other female. He stated that at 1:45 on the 13th, he was contacted by Kaylee again and asked if he could pick her and some friends up at the grub truck. He arrived at the grub truck at around 1:49 in the morning. He took Kaylee and Maddie home, and he stated it was a 3 to 4 minute drive from the grub truck to 1222 King Road. He told me that he's been driving for Uber and Lyft since 2019, and he told me that Kaylee's been a regular for at least the last year. He stated he was working, but Kaylee did not contact him through Uber or Lyft app, but instead texted him directly both times. The benefit to doing this, I think, is it's like a side gig where they're off the clock and they can just collect. Tell me if I'm right. Collect a tip that's, or, a little payment that's more than what I would get if they were driving officially for Uber. But it's usually cheaper than what they charge if you went through Uber. Is that correct? Hey, Mrs. R.A., you're amazing to make this craziness readable. I'm trying to edit this out as much as I can and still have the context. The blanks are just, there's so many of them. So the Uber driver stated that when he got to the grub truck, he parked in front of the grub truck on Main Street facing south. And he texted Kaylee that said he was there and stated they would be there in a second and said they were at order 75 and theirs was 78. So they've got 3 more orders to fill before their food's ready. Kaylee and Maddie came to the vehicle a short time later. Kaylee was in the front passenger seat and Maddie was in the rear seat. Maddie was eating the food from the grub truck with her hands. Nom, nom, nom. It sounds delicious. They all had casual conversation. He stated they appeared to be fine and nothing appeared out of the ordinary. He stated he still had the texts on his phone. He sent screenshots to me. I burned those screenshots to a DVD and booked it into property at a later time, along with other documents I had related to this case. And the driver was not able to give me any more information at that time. It's nice to have your own personal Uber driver, and that is cool. And I think it's important. It's one thing to be able to call Uber when you're inebriated or not fit to drive. It's another thing to have a driver you can trust that you can call anytime you need one. And it sounds like these girls did that and did it right. Next report. Let's see. This is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. We're at 114, right? Yes. Officer Brett Payne giving the report. November 13th at 2:37 p.m., I interviewed J.D. at the Moscow Police Department, reference to quadruple homicides which occurred at 1122 King Road. D was the blank ex-boyfriend, I guess. I don't know. D consented to have his phone forensically searched and provided me with his cell phone at the beginning of the interview, so he was very cooperative. I asked him to tell me about his day on November 12th, and he stated he worked at his job and worked from 1,400 hours to 2210 hours on November 12th. He said he left his work and dropped off some food for a friend working at the corner club. He stated he went home to an address on King Road, a different address, then returned to the corner club around 2300 hours or 11 p.m. He stated he saw Goncalves at the corner club and spoke to her briefly, and that he left the corner club but was unsure if Goncalves left before or after him. He stated that when he went to bed, when he got home, when he awoke, he told me he saw commotion down the street, and the address, the 1122 King Road, is visible from his address. He stated he later looked at his phone and saw several missed calls from Goncalves and Mogen from the early morning hours of November 13th. I clarified with D the timeline for the night prior. He told me he left the corner club at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning and returned home. He said he got a ride from PR, the blank of the fraternity. He told me he thought the designated driver of the fraternity, I don't know. He told me he went to sleep at approximately 1:30 in the morning and awoke at approximately 11:30 in the morning on the 13th. I asked him to tell me what the commotion was he mentioned, and he told me he saw law enforcement and emergency vehicles in front of the 1122 King Road address, so we walked over to see what was happening. I asked him to clarify the missed calls he received early that morning. He told me he received multiple calls from Goncalves and Mogen, one of which was FaceTime between 2:40 and 3 in the morning. This is new. He stated that he knew Mogen for some time, but she would not call him for any reason. He also said Goncalves texted him to tell him he could come to their house to retrieve his vape pen. I asked him if he noticed or heard anything suspicious anytime recently. He stated he saw a dark gold minivan backing up King Road approximately 1 or 2 months prior. He stated he did not remember any other suspicious circumstances. He did add Goncalves would call him on occasion when she was walking home alone or when she was feeling sketched out. He stated there were people coming in and out of the 1122 King Road frequently, and more people knew the code to that door than they should have. He stated it was not sure if the residents regularly locked the door, the rear sliding glass door. He also told me Goncalves owned a dog, a golden doodle named Murphy, that he and Goncalves owned a dog, a golden doodle named Murphy. He also told me Goncalves was taking the dog out sometime in the past when Goncalves saw a shadowy figure behind the house, and he stated nothing else came of the incident. I asked him about his relationship with Goncalves. He told me they had dated for approximately 5 years and broke up several months prior due to a loss of spark, coupled with Goncalves leaving for a job in Texas. He stated there wasn't a conflict in the breakup and it was mutual. I asked D if there was anyone who flirted with Goncalves, and he stated there was a male by the name of E.R. who often flirted with Goncalves. He did not know of any past stalking incidents, nor did he know who would have committed the murders. I asked D about this conversation with Goncalves at the corner club, and he said the conversation was short but normal. He did not have any further information for me during this interview, so I concluded my interview with him. There's the report for Mr. Baker. Sergeant Baker, I should say. That was 114. Next up, we've got the defense team evidence review at 117. Another one from Dustin Blaker. I said Baker, huh? January 10th, 2023, at 1:15 hours, I met with Ann Taylor. This is the Mr. Kohberger's lawyer, primary lawyer, and her team at the Moscow Police Department. Taylor is the defense attorney for Bryan Kohberger. Taylor had arranged to go through the garbage sent to us from Pennsylvania by FBI investigators. Items from Madison's room and Xana's room, 2 vehicles belonging to Ethan Chapin, and personal items belonging to Ethan, D, and B. After looking at the garbage, Taylor identified several items she felt we could discard because they contained perishable goods and they had started to spoil. We're talking food wrappers or leftovers. They kept everything from the garbage. We placed these items on the shelf located in the northeast corner of the storage garage of the police department. Taylor also identified several items she wanted us to keep until she saw reports of these items. Taylor was good with where we were keeping the mattresses, the bed frames, nightstands, shelf, and sheets from Madison's room and Xana's room. I escorted Taylor and her team to the city shop, and they went through personal items that were removed from 1122 King Road weeks earlier. These items belonged to B, D, and Ethan. When Taylor was done, she identified several items she wanted Moscow Police Department to hold, and she was going to request an order from the judge to take these items and have them tested. These items were placed in cardboard boxes and placed away from the other items so they would not accidentally be released. Taylor and her team looked at both vehicles while at the shop. Taylor stated that she would contact Bill Thompson, who's the prosecutor, Bill Thompson's office, and would advise him when she felt other items could be released. So that was when she saw the evidence, or some of it. Next, we've got some tips. We're going to look into some tips. These are document number 130. All right, video collection and tips. This is written by Danny Vargas. On November 17th, Detective Chris Engel with PPD provided me with an email with information regarding several Pullman home invasions involving a possible suspect of JAO. I forwarded this email to the FBI Moscow tip line to be assigned and followed up with. On December 13th, I saw an article online of a recent arrest of SH in blank. H was arrested for stabbing multiple people at a casino in blank and fled the area in a white sedan. I reached out and spoke with Detective M.A. They're literally redacting detective names with the county sheriff's office, whatever county that is. Detective A provided me with a description of the suspect vehicle and the weapon which was used in this offense. Detective A also stated the sheath for the knife was located on the passenger seat of the suspect vehicle. I determined this person was not involved in our incident and told Detective A I would not need any further information regarding their incident. Around December 15th, I received a phone call from Detective F from Blank County Sheriff's Office with information on an abandoned 2016 white Hyundai Elantra, which was located in Blank County near a residence. I called Detective F back, and he provided me with a plate, blank, which is registered to OO out of blank. Detective F stated there was a past contact at the residence where this vehicle was seen parked involving a relative of O, E, P, O, and R, L, S. Detective F sent me a photo of the vehicle, which I determined did not match the suspect vehicle description. Sergeant Blaker also had received this tip from Detective F and spoke with him. Video obtained and downloaded to MPD evidence. On November 15th, I called KF, the property owner for blank Linda Lane. I asked about video footage he has on the property. F stated he did have video and later sent me an email with a direct login to his camera system so the videos could be viewed for any time frame. Details of the email are below. Below is a link to the Google Drive footage of our cameras. I uploaded video from 2 cameras from 2 to 6 on 11.3. One camera shows the parking lot, including a little bit of the parking lot from the Queen Apartments below. The other camera covers the street of Linda Lane looking toward Taylor and Blake. The longer videos, larger files, show an entire hour, while the shorter videos show clips where the camera system detected motion. There's the link. It's redacted because it's still good, probably. The videos are currently uploading, so keep refreshing if they're not all there. Additionally, I'm providing a login to the camera system so you can review any of the cameras for any time frame. Here's the web address, the user, and the password. User is admin, password is password, apparently. Once logged in, you can choose any of the 4 cameras from the list on the right if using a PC. You can click on the playback tab at the top, and then the date from the calendar on the right. Then use the timeline at the bottom to select what to view. He's so helpful. This is amazing. The community is just like dumping possible beneficial evidence on the police department. Note that the camera that points down Linda Lane goes offline every day from blank for a scheduled Wi-Fi reset. In addition to using a web browser to view the live videos, there is a PC app and a mobile app that can be downloaded and installed. Just search for blank on your phone. You can use the same IP address as the URL above, along with blank, when configuring the app. If you need any help viewing any of this, don't hesitate to reach out. Here's my cell number. So I forwarded this information to the FBI on how to access the Linda Lane video. On November 27th, I called OF, who lives at blank Drive. I asked F if she still had her Nest camera system, and she stated she did. F put me in contact with her husband, BB and said he could provide me with the available camera footage. B brought a hard drive to the MPD which contained video footage from their Nest cameras. A white sedan matching the description of the suspect vehicle is seen traveling west on Indian Hills Drive and passes by Indian Hills Drive on 11/13 at approximately 3:25 hours. Around the end of November and the beginning of December 2022, Detective Engel, PPD, was provided me with the following videos from several Pullman businesses. Full redaction. On December 2nd, Detective Chris Engel provided me with the contact information for blank from Pullman, Washington. I reached out to the corporate security head, Mr. MG, and he stated that he would come to the branch in Pullman and view the video on site. That we could come to the branch in Pullman and view the video on site. Sounds like a bank. We've got a corporate security head and they've got a branch office. Sounds like a bank. Maybe a Wells Fargo. I don't know. And see if it would be of any evidentiary value. Prior to the requesting a search warrant to obtain video, FBI RP made arrangements to view the available video. The FBI called me and told me he viewed the available video and did not locate anything of evidentiary value. On January 3rd, 2023, Pullman Police Department records specialist sent me a link to the police department evidence.com and shared all videos and photos for 2 Pullman Police Department cases, Blank and D. Blank was a found buck knife in a sheath located on Terra View in front of the WSU Technology Research Park on 12/29/2022, so just before the new year. The photos for this case are attached to the Spillman in the original call, and I did not download the photos from the PPD evidence. Blank was a hit-and-run DUI accident, which occurred on 11/12 at approximately 11:40 p.m. This location is on the same road leading to Kohberger's apartment complex. Multiple officers responded to this location and remained on the scene for several hours with their in-car cameras and body cameras capturing video. The videos span from the 12th at 23:41 hours to the 13th at 3:25 in the morning. So 4 hours of video from multiple cars and body cameras at that hit and run. The suspect vehicle was located on WSU Greek Row, and officers responded to that location as well. OEF, the owner of the suspect vehicle, was contacted and arrested for this offense and booked into Whitman County Jail. While reviewing the photos located on Kohberger's phone, I found a screenshot of F, Whitman County booking information taken from Whitman County Jail roster, last modified date 11/13, 6:27 p.m. I downloaded all the videos. Hang on. While reviewing photos located on Kohberger's phone, I found a screenshot of this guy who did the hit and run. This is crazy. And he checked on it 11/13 at 6:27 p.m. I downloaded all of the videos from PPD evidence regarding blank and will review to see if Kohberger drove by the incident between 23:41 and 3:25 hours. Wow, he was researching what had happened and even went so far as to get booking photos. All right, so those were tips. Now we're going to go to BK cellular phone data. This was report number 136. It's a larger one. And this is done by Brett Payne. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods, in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect vehicles traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle number 1, was observed traveling westbound on the blank block of India Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate, nor did it appear the vehicle had fog lights on the lower portion of the front bumper based off video obtained from the SM. located at blank. I'm not sure what SM is there, what the store is or something. This was the video which captured the suspect vehicle 1 crossing South Main Street from Steiner Avenue to Lauder Avenue at approximately 3:28 a.m. A review of the footage from multiple videos obtained from King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of blank Queen Road and number blank, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound, again down Queen Road. Vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. The suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 is likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilize surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage of the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicates that approximately 2:53 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as the suspect vehicle number 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to me by the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan which was consistent with the description of the suspect vehicle was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to the West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was then observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street and Stadium Way and Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Whew. Lots of turns. On November 25th, MPD asked the area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra in the area. On November 29th, at approximately 12:30 a.m., the Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate. This vehicle was registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, residing at blank, Pullman, Washington. Blank is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. That same day, at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking around for white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at Blank in Pullman, Washington, in the parking lot. Blank is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car, and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. Upon receipt of this information, I reviewed Kohberger's Washington State driver's license information and photograph via a driver's license query for that name. This license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of about 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam reports, showed that on August 21st, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with a Pennsylvania plate, which was set to expire on November 30th. During the stop, which was recorded via law enforcement body camera, Kohberger provided his phone number as blank, hereafter the 8458 phone, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. Not a sponsor. On October 14th, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with a Pennsylvania plate. On November 18th, according to Washington State licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received a Washington plate number. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through the communications with the Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Kohberger continued to drive the white Elantra as a vehicle was captured on December 13th by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th by law enforcement in Hannock County, Indiana. It was later learned this query was a result of a traffic stop in Hannock County, Indiana, where Kohberger was the driver of the white Elantra with his father as the passenger. Kohberger was stopped again 9 minutes later in Hannock County and released without citation or further enforcement. He got tickets 9 minutes apart. He got pulled over 9 minutes apart. On December 16th at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video obtained by a request of FBI agents in Pennsylvania showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The only visible occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query, namely blank, an address which is inside the gated community where the footage was captured. Based on the information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger was a Ph.D. student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to the records provided by a member of this internal panel for the Pullman Police Department, we learned that the fall 2022 semester was Kohberger's first semester at WSU. Additionally, these same records indicated Kohberger's past education was included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open-source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. This is creepy stuff. We looked into this earlier, and it's just, this guy's wild. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilized cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in the close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as a part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going to the location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that the individual would not leave their telephone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. On December 23rd, 2023, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider AT&T. Approximately 24 hours, this covers approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicide. On December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicate the 8458 phone is subscribed to Bryan Kohberger at an address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and the account has been open since June 23rd of 2022. These records also included historical cell site information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. We've heard of them. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical cell phone data, location data, and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to being certified with CAST, as well as the completion of yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST special agent that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th to November 13th, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13th, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing the cellular resource that provided coverage to blank in Pullman, Washington. So 242 starts at Pullman, Washington. I believe that's his apartment address. Hereafter, the Kohberger residence. Yes, it is. At approximately 2:47 a.m., so 5 minutes later, the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it has utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee. Between 4:50 a.m. and 5:26 a.m., the phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, and then traveling west toward Uniontown, Washington, and then back north back up into North Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 in the morning, the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Kohberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on the review of the 8458 phone's estimated locations and travel, the 8458 phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review indicated that the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th that are consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. Traveling to Moscow, Idaho, specifically, the phone utilized resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m., And the phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the phone traveling back to the area of the Kohberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32. So he drove to the scene and back home. That was on that day. Whoa. That day, he drove back to check it out. Holy cow. Thanks for sharing this on X. Appreciate that. Love that. I know a lot of people either have a hard time digging through these documents or just would like them read to them. So love that you're able to share that, and that helps the channel out a ton. Thank you very much. So he drove back at 9 o'clock in the morning and then leaves. Investigators found that the phone did connect to a cell tower it did connect to a cell tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, but investigators do not believe the phone was in Moscow on that date. The phone has not connected to any towers that provide service to Moscow since that date. Based on my training experience and the facts in the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, the user of the phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra, and it's observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of the phone during the early morning hours of November 13th and the lack of the 8458 phone reported to AT&T between 2:47 and 4:48 is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at King Road residence. Kohberger would likely have information on how cellular data can be utilized in criminal investigations as part of his past studies. On December 23rd, just before Christmas, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical location, cell phone location, from June 23rd to current. This is a huge swath. This is 7-8 months of data. Prospective location information and a pen register trap and trace on the 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims, in this case prior to the offense. Conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, the location of the white Elantra registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. So they're getting a ton of data from that one warrant. On December 23rd, pursuant to that warrant, I received historical records from AT&T from the time the account was opened in June 2022. After consulting with CAST, special agent, I was able to determine estimated locations for the phone from June to present, the time period authorized by the court. The phone records for the phone show that phone utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of the King Road address on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. So stalk the area, he did. One of these occasions, on August 21st, the phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to the King Road residence from approximately 10:34 to 11:35, so an hour and 1 minute. At approximately 11:37, Kohberger was stopped by Latah County Sheriff's Deputy, Corporal Duke, as mentioned above. The phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time. That was Farm Road and Pullman Highway. So he sat there for an hour at that location and then got, spooked by a cop, drove away, and they pulled him over. Further analysis of the cellular data showed that the phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway 195. At approximately I think I want to see somebody like Microdots put together an animation of this, because it might give us a clue as to where the knife is and the clothes. Consistent with the 8458 phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via U.S. Highway 195. At approximately 12:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance from the U.S. Chef's store located in Clarkston, Washington, adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe, showed a white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe. Hang on. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, I'm Jessica. Checking if you saw the update we mailed about new Medicare benefits.
You're not Jessica. Let me speak to your boss.
No worries. That's why I'm calling.
You're
Medicare
calling
now
to let me
offers
speak to your
enhanced
boss?
benefits, including up to 200.
Okay. I need to get through that. I can't do a prank call. I can't get through the robot. I need to talk to a real person. All right. If you're new here, I do answer spam phone calls. And we like playing with them, but usually we like to talk to real people and not robots. So we've got video from up by the U.S. Chef's store in Clarkston, Washington, adjacent to the Kate's Cup of Joe, and it showed a white Elantra consistent with the suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent with the cellular data from the phone. At approximately 12:46, the phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertson's grocery store. It's Joe Albertson's supermarket. In Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons showed Kohberger exit the white Elantra, consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Kohberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Kohberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale. Additional analysis of the records for the phone indicate that between approximately 5:32 and 5:36, the phone used resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Washington. The phone then stops reporting to the network for approximately 5:36 to 8:30. That is consistent with the phone being in the area that the 8458 phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. On December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from Kohberger's family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. A bag of trash mailed across the country. On December 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified. The sheath we're talking about is the K-bar knife sheath, particularly the snap on the handle. That part. Identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile. So they got the dad's DNA with 99.99 world pop numbers. Most of the world would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I requested an arrest warrant be issued for Bryan C. Kohberger, born in 1994 at 11:20 for burglary. They charge for burglary originally, and this is common that they'll get a lower charge, which is easy to amend and change and then perfect and work on the upper charges. So he got that, and he also got for the 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. All right. ASCAP Industries have already done a video recreation. That's awesome. That is cool. I'll have to watch that. So that was the BK cell data. This is a big one. We've got photos of defense items. The pictures are not included here. We're only getting text. So obviously, if we want pictures, we're going to have to do a FOIA request to get some of this stuff. But so far, text will suffice for me. So we're going from 136 to number 140, photos of defense items. And these will be descriptions. Dustin Blaker, one more time. He's writing a lot of reports. February 2nd, around 800 hours in the morning, Corporal Brett Payne and myself responded to the secure storage area in the city shop to take photos of property belonging to DM and another unidentified female. MPD had previously removed items belonging to D, B, Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee. Items had also been removed from a spare bedroom on the first floor. Ann Taylor, defense counsel, was granted permission to go through these items to see what could be released back to the proper owners. Prior to Miss Taylor being given a chance to look at these items, property belonging to Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee had already been released. MPD had also given D back her belongings, but we were able to get her to return them. So this is a oopsies. We let stuff go before defense looked at it to see if it was important. Miss Taylor requested we set aside the following items: a handwritten note, a pink and white blanket with hearts, and a pink and white cloth possible used as a curtain or decoration, black and white Vans shoes, red and white shoes, black and white Converse shoes, Items from the spare bedroom: Adidas black and white short sleeve shirt, size small, green and pink coat. The above items were placed in cardboard boxes and set aside until Miss Taylor can get a court order stating that she can take the items. Ivy Berlin says, hello, friends. Maybe can you help me understand if those traffic stops were planned or just coincidence? I think they were just coincidence. He was speeding. He was in an area. He'd done something wrong. I know at least one or two of them were speeding tickets or stops for speeding. So defense team got to see that, equip that stuff right there. That was, okay, now we get a vehicle tip. We're going up to number 147. We're almost halfway through some of these documents, skipping through a lot of some of the smaller reports that don't really have new information. Also, Brett Payne writes this report dated February 16th. I was notified by Sergeant Blaker that JM had been called requesting a follow-up on a tip he provided during the investigation. Sergeant Blaker provided me with the phone number of blank. I called M at that number and spoke to him. The conversation was not recorded. He started by stating he lived at this address in Moscow and called in a tip early in on the investigation about seeing a vehicle drive by his house at approximately 4:25 to 4:30 on the morning of November 13th. He told me he was out front of his house at that time, placing items into his recycling and trash bins. He stated he was wearing a headlamp at the time because it was dark and his front house lights were not on. He stated there was only one street light in the area at the corner of his property. He stated that he had been in and out of his house several times. On the last of those times, he told me he heard a vehicle approaching his home from the north. Conestoga Drive runs north and south in this area, headed towards West Palouse River Drive. He was adamant he could not swear to what type of vehicle he saw. However, he remembered seeing the headlights and taillights. He described the taillights as being a teardrop shaped and about waist high. The only thing he remembered about the headlights was they were lower to the ground than the taillights. He also told me the vehicle was going faster than usual, but did not seem to be driving erratically or dangerously. He also told me he thought at the time the vehicle may have been a dark SUV, but based on this only off the taillight height and the fact he could not see the vehicle itself due to lighting. I asked him if it was common for him to be out in the early hours of the morning. He stated he often walked his service dog or took his trash out at that time. He told me it was quite unusual for anyone to be driving in the area at that time, and he said he had not seen any cars driving at that time since the morning of November 13th. He told me that he spoke to an ISP investigator during the investigation and told the investigator he thought the vehicle might have been a dark SUV based on the above information. However, he said that he has since tried to tell the color of the other vehicles driving by his house when it was dark, and he has been unable to tell what color the vehicles are because of the poor lighting. He stated he was contacted by someone from the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office who asked him about the dark SUV he caught on security camera. He told me he did not have any video footage, nor was he certain the vehicle was an SUV or a sedan. He expressed several times the only thing he could attest to was the shape of the taillights he saw in the vehicle that night. I thanked him for his time and told him to call me with any further information. All right, that was number 147. That takes us up to the next batch, number 151. Here is a BK tip. Dustin Blaker writes this report. Dated February 22nd, I was listening to the tip line phone calls, and a tip from J.E. from Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania was left on February 16th at 6:49 a.m. In the tip, Jay stated her brother, S.E., and R.K., used to be friends with Bryan Kohberger when they were in high school. Jay stated she felt it would be in our best interest to talk to R about Bryan. I called Jay, and she confirmed her brother S and R were friends with Bryan in high school, and Bryan has been in their mother's house during that time period. Jay was not sure if it would be very helpful for us to talk to R, but wanted us to know about this. I asked Jay if her brother S would talk to us as well. Jay told me she was not sure, but she would reach out to him and see if he would call us. I was able to locate the info on Jay on TLO. I use this info to find info on S and R. I will provide this information to Corporal Payne so it can be provided to the FBI in Pennsylvania so they can reach out to S and R for a potential interview. So, childhood friends want to give their story. Okay, Google search terms. This is going to be number 153. We We always like looking into the Google search terms. This is generally something that's brought up in the conversation of dumb criminals. But let's see what Lawrence Mowry writes in this report. On November 26th, I applied for and was granted a warrant to serve on Google for information on accounts searching for the following search terms from August 1st, 2022 to November 13th, 2022. Oh, this is reverse. Oh my goodness. Look, stop. I've never seen this type of report. He's asking for a search warrant. He serves a search warrant to Google saying, show me who searched for the following words during this time frame. When you wonder what Google knows about you, this is let's just think of how many of these you might come up on. On these particular ones, probably not, but the address 1122 King Road, spelled a couple different ways. King Girls with a Z. Kaylee Goncalves, Maddie Mogen, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, DM, BF, LM. On November 26th at approximately 15:46 hours, the warrant was served via email to Google. On December 1st, I applied for and was granted a warrant to serve on Google for information on accounts searching for the following search terms from November 13th to at 12 p.m. Universal Coordinated Time to November 13th at 8 p.m. Moscow murders, murder in Moscow, Idaho. Okay, this is think how many people are going to come up on this search. This one must have been massive. This is after the public knows about it, and they're just massive. I'm probably in that. Honestly, I'm probably in this search. Most of us are there. Hey, Hellcat, good to see you here. Welcome. Where you been? Moscow murders, murder in Moscow, Idaho, murder in Moscow, Idaho, Moscow, Idaho crime, Moscow, Idaho stabbing, University of Idaho murders, University of Idaho stabbing, King Road murder, King Road stabbing, King Road stab, Moscow, Idaho news, Moscow, Idaho news, Moscow news, Idaho, Pullman news, Northern Idaho news, North Idaho news, campus stabbing, campus murders, DNA on knife, getting blood out of clothing, how to get blood out of clothing, getting blood out of a vehicle, how to get blood out of a vehicle. This is wild. This is whoa. The information that Google has on you is incredible, and the cops can go back and see everyone who searched for this is wild. On December 1st, at 13:43 hours, the warrant was served via email to Google, to warrants at google.com. I don't know what it is, legal at Google. This was done in an attempt to locate a suspect, possibly searching for the victims prior to the murder, potentially gaining information of the persons, their residence, lifestyles, or which could be located on social media. The searches after were done in an attempt to locate a suspect, possibly searching for information on the murders prior to the discovery of the victims. I was contacted by Google regarding the warrants and informed the process of the searches was extremely complicated and that the large date range was problematic to their search queries. They stated they had to restart the process several times due to the complexity of the searches. It crashed the Google servers to get all this data. That's the last straw. I'm switching to Bing, says Greeners. Tons of data. Most of us might have been on that. On December 19th, Bryan Kohberger was identified as a possible suspect. On February 15th, after talking with other investigators and conferring with the Latop prosecutor's office, it was decided to return the warrant without data, as the original broad scope of these warrants was to determine a potential suspect, and when none was known, new warrants specific to Kohberger's Gmail accounts, which can include search history, have been requested. So they cast a very, 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 very wide net. Crashed Google. We probably had, let's see, when was this? I was contacted on December 1st. If the internet went down on December 1st, it was because of this search. I'm just going to put that out there. All right, that was number 153. Next up, 157, we're going to pull up some receipts, talk about some receipts and purchases. I need to close some of these windows so you can see where we're at. All right. Receipts and purchases. Here we go. Danny Vargas writes this report. Detective Schwecke with ISP provided me with the folder that contained the following receipts he collected during his investigation from some local businesses. The details are listed below. Walmart, Pullman, Washington. Bryan Kohberger's U.S. debit card ending in 1973. And he makes purchases on 10/28, 11/7, 11/10, 11/12, 11/16, 11/17, 11/23, 11/29, 12/1, 12/2, 12/5, 12/6, and 12/8. And the hours are fairly consistent. They're all between about 3 p.m. and 11 p.m., just before 11. Well, 11's the last one, so 3 to 11, afternoon hours, he makes the purchases. A majority of the items purchased were food items. On 11/7, Kohberger purchased a beanie hat, but there was no description of the hat. I spoke with an employee from Walmart, and he stated, can somebody do the Walmart sound effect? We need the Walmart sound effect. Insert here. See, a majority of the items were purchased for food items. On 11/7, Kohberger purchased a beanie hat, but there was no description of the hat. I spoke with an employee from Walmart. Wait for it.
In front of the Walmart.
There it is. And he stated at the time that he met with Detective Schwecke that they were unable to locate the details of the exact beanie which Kohberger purchased. On 12/1, Kohberger purchased utility clothes. I spoke with an employee from Walmart who told me this item was a 9-pack of hand towels, which were 2 shades of gray. There was nothing else of interest listed on the above receipts. Target, or Target, in Moscow, Idaho, depending on how you say it. Bryan Kohberger made purchases using the same credit card on 11/10, 11/9. We're going backwards now. 11/8, 11/6, 11/6, 11/4, 11/20, or 10/24, 10/20, 10/19, 10/18, 10/13, 10/10, 10/6, 9/30, 9/26, 9/10, and 8/31. These purchases were made all around 5 to 9:30 p.m., roughly. One receipt, so in the same time frame, but a little bit narrower. One receipt from Target was provided from a transaction which belonged to BF, the last 4 debit card of 3830. On 11/10, 4:09 p.m., Kohberger was at Target on the same day as F, but completed his transaction at 5:42. It is unknown if F and Kohberger were in Target at the same time. There is nothing of interest purchased by Kohberger. Who's F? Who's BF? Wow. There was nothing of interest purchased. Harbor Freight. Harbor Freight, for those of you who don't know, it's like a cheap version of all the tools you could need. Generally, they're single-use tools. And I know some people swear by Harbor Freight. There are some things I love going there for. But if you want something to last and really to be quality tools you can depend on, you usually don't get them there. They're usually cheap. It's Bethany Funk. Okay. He was in Target at the same time, but no indication they met. So Bryan goes into Harbor Freight, gives his email because apparently he's one of those customers that has an account there. 11:20 at 11:36 hours, purchased a 1,000 watt continuous inverter. These are typically car converters, cigarette powered, which transfers your cigarette power to something you can plug in your car. 11:23 at almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he purchased a 2,000 watt to 4,000 watt power inverter and a 1 year ITC membership. So he purchased a low power one, then purchased a higher power one. The first one was not enough power. At 11:23, he also purchased an inverter cable. There were several other receipts from other customers which Detective Schwecke collected at Harbor Freight. These receipts do not appear to be related, but were collected. At TAJ Grocery, TAJ Grocery in Moscow, Idaho, receipt for purchase made by Maddy Mogen with her number on 11/12. Storage unit information from Colfax, Washington. Detective Schwecke collected unit renter information and contact information for 2 separate storage units in Colfax, Washington, 4-Star Supply Mini Storage and Clay Street storage units. The name Bryan Kohberger was not listed as a renter at either storage unit facility. All the documents provided to me, Dr. Schwecke, are booked into MPD evidence. I don't know who had those storage units, but we got their information. Now we're up to the tip, OSU and K-Bar. That's going to be on document number 159. Brett Payne writes this report. On January 23rd, the FBI, the eyes got away from him there. The FBI tip line received an email from A.H., which stated Kohberger attended Ph.D. courses at Oklahoma State University. H added that she met Kohberger during this time, and Kohberger had befriended a professor named J.D., who gave Kohberger a K-bar knife. The professor gave Kohberger a K-bar knife? Like, here, have a knife? I don't know. I've never had a relationship with a professor where I felt that it would be appropriate for one of them to give me a knife. But then I was not a criminal justice major, so maybe some of you could tell me otherwise. Gave Kohberger a K-bar knife. I spoke with H on the phone on March 2nd. I did not record the phone conversation. H related that she met Kohberger when D brought him to her house for a visit. H stated Kohberger made her very uncomfortable, and she warned D about him. I asked H to email me anything she had to support her claim. H emailed me the following information on March 2nd. 2016, University of Oklahoma began offering criminal justice bachelor degrees. Kohberger found it cheaper to take the courses here than he needed for a degree. School's phone. The dean who approved Kohberger was M.B., since retired. Ask for dean above P. Here's the information you must have. Subpoena email. You will see the personal communication between D and Kohberger. Pen trap phone number. D's cell phone of 20 plus years. Witness, T.O. Instructor, Sunlight Martial Arts. Okay. Something Oklahoma, maybe? Allowed Kohberger to attend class as Jay's guest. MD allowed Kohberger to stay at home. Myself advised D that Kohberger was homicidal and he had possibly had a psychotic break. Violence, sloppy ideation of violence towards others. I believed it I contacted an FBI agent named O.J. and alerted her. Kohberger used a credit card to pay for courses and travel expenses. Subpoena his financial records. I'll have another report for you this afternoon with address numbers and any other evidence of visit. What is this? J.D. lies to investigators, period. He lied to ME Virginia State Police in a cold case murder investigation. He is a Krav Maga instructor and a predator. He encouraged Kohberger and initiated him into brutality. I'm here to help Moscow, Idaho in any way possible, and I have a faith in your competence as chief of police. AOH, with social security number, date of birth, end of email. Upon further investigation, it was learned H had reported 36 tips to the FBI over the past several years. In addition, there is no current information to support Kohberger ever attended Oklahoma State University. I will investigate further if information arises that Kohberger attended OSU at any point in time. This is a false tip. This is somebody trying to get famous, trying to lead them astray, something. I don't know what, but this is BS. This is wasting law enforcement's time, making up all sorts of stuff. They know a little bit about the case, right? At that point, we know there's a K-bar knife that was involved because they found the sheath. We know Bryan Kohberger's involved. We know he has some schooling in criminal justice. And this is just fabricated out of whole cloth. Just crazy. I hope somebody gets charges on that one. This is what the police have to deal with. All right, that was the OSU and K-bar tip. Now we have a dancer tip, 160. Next one. We'll see if this is relevant. Brett Payne writes this one as well. On Friday, March 3rd, I spoke to VH on the phone, reference a tip she reported to the tip line. I did not record a conversation. H originally reported the tip in January of 2023 and stated she had an encounter with someone she thought was Kohberger. I called H at blank and spoke to her about the tip. H told me she was working as a dancer at some place that starts with S, club, during the 2018 to 2019 timeframe. It is a 2-hour drive from PA. Hoffer stated she was unsure which of those 2 years the encounter took place. H stated she came in to work on what she described was a slow day and noticed only one man seated next to the stage, alone. H stated she got on stage and began her dance when she noticed, I'm thinking this is probably ballet, So for those of you that are curious, I guess there are some places you could go and watch ballets during the day. Just beautiful music's probably playing. Adult ballet has entered the chat. Yeah, so there you go. So she gets on stage. She begins the dance. Stated that the man made her feel uneasy, but she continued her dance. She told me during the dance she heard the man state something about wanting to kill people. She told me she thought she misheard the man, and she did not acknowledge the statement until he said it again. He said she could not remember exactly what the man said, but thought it was something to the effect of wanting to kill people. She told me she engaged with the man after the second comment, thinking he was trying to get attention. She told me she jokingly asked the man who he was going to kill, to which he replied something to the effect of, "Whoever I want." She completed her dance and left the stage. H told me the conversation was strange enough that she remembered telling the bouncers at the club to keep an eye on the man, and who she said sat and watched the other dancers for some time. Eventually, H told me she offered the man a private dance, no stage, I guess there, as he was the only person in the club, the only patron in the club. During this dance, I guess he accepted the offer. She told me the man told her to look him directly in the eyes the entire time and asked her questions about what car she drove and where she lived. She told me she finished the private dance, at which point the man left and did not return to the club to her knowledge. Is that what they do, Ivan? It's just like an interview about vehicles they drive? I'm not sure, Ivan. I'm not sure why I'm asking you that. Sorry. You're the only one who brings up the adult ballet. H told me she did not think about the encounter until she saw Kohberger's picture on TV upon his arrest. H told me she was fairly certain Kohberger was the man she encountered in the club that day. H did not have any further information to corroborate her story and told me she just wanted investigators to be aware. H reiterated to me she was fairly sure Kohberger was the man she saw. I concluded the conversation after I confirmed she would be willing to speak again if I needed further information. So, hold me close, tiny dancer. I think that's, I don't know what we call that tip, but. Amber, you didn't tell me, you didn't warn me about. I have not pre-read these, Amber. I'm taking your word for it, and. Is there anything else I need to watch out for? Now that we've talked about adult ballet and private dances.
That was probably the most risque one.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Amber, I'm going to let you go. Have fun. We'll see you. Bye. Amber was supposed to filter these for me. And as you see, she did. Brett Payne writes this report. This is number, where are we at? It's number 161. 161 has to do with car witness. All right. AL emailed a tip to the tip line on February 18th and stated he was on Johnson Road on November 13th and saw a white car parked alongside the road between 5 and 6 p.m. on that day. I called L on Mach 8. Called him on Mach 8. That's really fast. And spoke to him over the phone. Our conversation was not recorded. L told me he had gone to his sister's house in Washington on November 13th and was on his way home later that evening. Told me he noticed a white foreign model car parked on the side of the road under a tree as he went by. Told me he believed that the time was approximately 5:30 p.m. He stated he did not pay close enough attention to see anyone in or near the car, but thought it was odd. Upon release of the probable cause affidavit for Kohberger's arrest, L thought it may have been Kohberger's vehicle as it was on the Kohberger's path of travel the evening of the 13th. I had L describe the location to me, and he stated the car was under a large lone tree on Johnson Road between Johnson and Pullman. He added the pullout was located where Johnson Road changed from pavement to gravel. I located the location and responded there. Upon receiving permission from the property owner, I began to dig in several areas which appeared to have disturbed earth, but was unable to locate anything of evidentiary value. Sergeant Blaker and Detective Vargas responded with a metal detector. Okay, unless you're a hobby, unless you know what you're doing, most police officers cannot operate a metal detector effectively. Get one of us to do it for you. We are more than willing. We can follow all your rules. We won't disturb your crime scene. You will get to all the evidence with it. I've done this in the past. Just call us. We're here to help. Swept the area but did not recover anything of note. We also searched under a nearby bridge but did not discover anything of note. Further investigation will be conducted when weather permits. While on scene, Elle arrives and explained the vehicle was nosed off the road facing the farm field. Elle also noted that he and a friend came to the spot several days prior and also used a metal detector to search the area. Okay, this is not what you do. Stop. You're giving us a bad name. I thanked him for his assistance and cleared the area after additional visual searches were conducted. They used the area, searched the area. They probably dug up some targets, which caused the disturbed earth, which is why the police were there digging it and saying, hey, there might be something here. Elle, do better. Do better. If you think it's a crime scene, don't investigate it on your own. Call the tip in and wait for the police to give you permission. If, in addition to this information, during my initial call with Elle, he told me he was painting the apartment of BK. Of BK. A different BK? The previous tenant and a person named in tips during the initial investigation. Elle stated he could see a knife blade in the gutter of the building from the apartment window. I requested WSU PD respond and collect the item, which they later did. The blade is a serrated, cooking-style knife with the handle broken off. The blade portion was approximately 8 inches long and 2 inches wide per the WSU officers who collected it. Based off this description and the condition of the knife, I did not believe it matched the wounds found in each of the other victims. However, I will still collect the knife from WSU PD as soon as possible in order to properly analyze the item. Wow. At least there was a knife. He took a metal detector. He's like, yeah, I was here before. Before I called the tip in, I thought I'd check it out myself. See if I could find something. All right, that is number 161. Next up, 171. This is a 92% tip, whatever that means. Amber, she didn't give me much to work on here. I'm a little cautious. All right, Brett Payne writes this report. March 4th, 2023. OT called the MPD tip line and left a voicemail regarding a tip for this case in which she described seeing a man walk by her house sometime during August or September of 2022. Sergeant Blaker sent me the tip on March 15th. I spoke to her via phone on the 21st. 6 days later, I did not record our conversation. I asked her to relay to me what her tip was in reference to. She told me she used to live at an address. This home was located approximately 0.13 miles due east of King Road address. She told me she was home one day in August on September of 2022 when her daughter came running into the house saying there was a man walking through their yard. She stated that she looked out the window and saw a man who looked nervous walking on the south side of the house from east to west. She told me she frequently saw people walk by the house, but not in that particular area. She said the man had curly hair with a large nose, and he walked without saying anything. She stated the encounter became stranger when the same man walked by the house in the opposite direction, but taking the same route approximately 15 minutes later. Do we have a time frame on this? I'm not seeing a time frame. Just somebody walked by the house? Okay. He said she stepped outside and yelled to the man, he was on private property, and said the man didn't look at her and simply walked away. She then told me, unprompted, that she believed the male she saw was Kohberger after she saw a side profile picture of him on the news after his arrest. She stated she was 92% sure. There's the 92%. 92% sure it was Kohberger. She stated she did not see the man any other times after the occurrence in August or September. However, she told me there was another occurrence in June or July of 2022 when a white sedan was parked near her mailbox for over an hour. It should be noted that this is a dead-end road with only residences. She told me the vehicle left after her neighbor walked out to ask the man if he needed help. She could not properly say what type of vehicle she saw that day, and she was not able to provide any further specific detail about dates. Could be him. I mean, she's 92% sure. This could be a good tip. On March 22nd, Sergeant Blaker and I went to the area where T said she saw the man. There's a well-worn path from Boyd Avenue through the Blake Avenue, which is likely where she saw the man. In addition, I spoke to the neighbor who spoke to the man in the white car, identified only as, quotes, something, at blank, who stated he remembered the encounter but could not add any further information. So that was pretty much a dead end, pun included. All right, so 92% tip is there. Now let's get on to the Reddit, the 172. What did Reddit dig up that helped the investigation? Lawrence Mowry writes this report. There we go. January 24th, 2023. I applied for a warrant for the user subscriber information and user data associated with a Reddit account of Bryan Kohberger with any of the following identifiers. Redacted. On January 25th, the warrant was granted and signed by Magistrate Megan Marshall with 7 days to serve the legal process. On January 26th, at 9:06 in the morning, the warrant was served via email. On February 8th, do the math here. It served on January 6th. They have 7 days to serve. February 8th, I received an email from Reddit stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available to download. On March 22nd, I downloaded the files to the forensic computers located in the Secure Forensic Computer Lab at the Moscow Police Department. The email stated they located records related to the email address, both at the Gmail and the DeSales University emails. In reviewing the contents associated with the Gmail email, I found the account name was blank, and the registration date was September 24th, 2021 at 10:54 Universal Time. The registration IP was blank, which showed a location near Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, with Penn Teledata. The email address for this account showed as verified. In reviewing these files, I located a file labeled comment_votes.csv, which is a comma-separated values. This is it's like a spreadsheet type file, or a very low, a very small file usually, because it's just letters with commas between them, or words with commas between them, instead of an actual like spreadsheet. It can be opened in Excel though. This file contained the following permalinks in the data. Let's check those out. Why don't we do... Let's see, open link with Safari, shall we? Okay, give me just a second. We've got it open. Everyone's careful. No, it's good. We're good. It's all good. Don't worry. This is Reddit. What could possibly go wrong? Okay. Here we are in Reddit. Research. This is in the subreddit r/felons. Posted by a criminology student. Criminology_student. Research participation needed. Repost. That means he's posted it before. Sorry, this post has been removed by the moderators of felons. And somebody says first. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, so nothing there. Reddit has taken it down. Apparently they don't want to be like, yeah, we've still got the post up. But let's go back and just follow where we were. All right. So we've got those identifiers. We're not going to find these things. Reddit's taken them down, or the subreddit has. A lot of posts, but some of them start participation needed. What were your struggles as a felon right after? Research needed. I make my husband want to kill himself. This was not in the felons category. This was in the true of my chest. Let's see. Ex-cons, participation needed. Prison. I think prisons should be segregated by race was a posting. What were your struggles as a felon right after? More research needed. He asked a lot. under this subreddit, which I'm not going to read, but it's something about kids being stupid. There's accidents, then there's these. I sent an email to Reddit to ask for clarification on what these data files directly relate to, but have not received clarification at the time of this report. In reviewing the contents associated with the DeSales university email, I found 2 accounts associated with the email. The first account name and the registration date was December 30th of 2022. The registration IP was blank, which showed a location map near Tampa, Florida, with Frontier Communications. Probably not the right one. This account also showed additional IP logins from Florida on January 2nd, January 4th, January 4th, January 11th. The email address showed it was not verified. During these dates, Kohberger was incarcerated and was not in Florida. With this information, I believe this account was a fake account. The second account name was blank, and the registration showed April 1st of 2022. The registration IP was blank, which showed a location near Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, with Penn Teledata. The second login IP was registered as blank on November 21st, which showed a location near Kansas City, Missouri, with Level 3 Communications. This IP address also showed a high probability of being a VPN exit point. The email address shows it was verified. In reviewing these files, I located a file labeled comment_votes.csv. This file contained the following permalinks. Participation needed. In the messages.csv data file, the following were located: from blank to subreddit prison. Subject, research survey. Hello. I attempted to post a survey to the R prison subreddit, but my post was automatically removed. I imagine this may be due to the lack of activity on my account, as I have seen others post research recruitment posts on this subreddit within the past few months. Would it be possible to obtain approval to submit a recruitment post to r/prison? The recruitment post has my information in it, and the survey itself has the informed consent form that confirms my affiliation. I have been able to post my survey to other subreddits, such as ex-cons and r-felons. If you can look at the specifics of my recruitment post by looking at these in advance, thanks in advance, Bryan. From prison. I just approved the most recent one you posted. I have the automod filter comments of new comments or super low karma. You should be fine now. Apparently, Bryan has low karma. Karma is a score on Reddit that basically the more karma you have, the more activity you have, and the more value other Reddit users find in the postings you make. He doesn't have very much karma. Also, automated moderator says, thank you for posting. We want to remind you to flare your submission with appropriate link flare to better serve any questions or discussion you may have. You may find that's like a bumping a post. You can find flare option at the bottom of your post at the same line where you would click to edit your post. A failure to flare your post may result in a removal of your thread. We also want to remind you that if your post doesn't show up, please contact the moderation team and have your post reviewed and approved. Thank you for your cooperation in advance. I'm a bot, and this action was performed automatically. Please contact moderators of the subreddit if you have any questions or concerns. Another response. Would it be possible to have a repost of my recruitment post approved for submission? I think it would be beneficial for the recruitment effort. Thanks, Bryan. Response. You've been temporarily banned from participating in r-felons. This ban will last for 1 day. You can still view and subscribe to r-felons, but you won't be able to post or comment. Note from moderators. We do not approve of this post. Please stop posting this. If you have a question regarding your ban, you can contact the moderator team for r-felons by replying to this message. If you use another account to circumvent this subreddit ban, that will be considered a violation of the content policy and can result in your account being suspended. And links to the rules. And then we have a done. Thanks for submitting a report to Reddit. Your report related to content have already been processed through our anti-abuse systems for review. It has been determined that the reported content does not violate Reddit content policy. I'm not sure what does, honestly, violate. There are probably a few legal things that could violate Reddit's policy, but it's got just about everything on there. All right, a few more posts here. More research participation needed. Then in the post.csv file, several posts containing the similar data in the body field was located. They all showed the same IP address with dates of June 3rd to June 22nd. The subject line showed variations of research participation needed, and it was posted to subreddit pages of prison, felons, prison talk, prisons, and ex-cons. The following URLs were located. Well, Now he can work. I guess they can unban him from the felons page now, since he technically is a member. More stuff. The text was, "Hello, my name is Bryan. I am inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 30 minutes to complete fully. Your identity and all answers provided are completely confidential and not be able to be subpoenaed by the police." Yes, they are. And the link to the survey is also an anonymous link. The research has been approved by the DeSales University IRB. Participants must be 18 years of age and older. If you opt to participate, you may terminate participation at any time for any reason. If you have any questions about this research, you may contact the research team via email. The student investigator is Bryan Kohberger at DeSales University EDU. There's a link to the study. I'm not going to click on that. It's a Qualtrics survey. A warrant return receipt and affidavit were completed, and these documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. A copy of the receipt was sent to reddit.com, and this is the originating email address associated with the documents. Let's see, this is regarding the Reddit Kohberger warrant with the case number. On January 24th, I applied for a warrant for the user subscriber information and user data associated with a Reddit account of Bryan Kohberger with any of the following identifiers. It was served via email to Reddit. On February 8th, I received the email with all this. This seems like a repeat. In reviewing the contents, I found the account name. This looks like a duplication of data in this file. We've already read all this. You've got the Florida guy. It was a fake account. And then prison let him post it. Why did they redact? Oh, that's a username. You've been temporarily banned for participating in RDAT felons. I'm glad it's temporary, because now he can sign up and be like an honorary member. All right. Scrolling. Looks like that is everything that we have there. That was actually the email. So, Pantuflay says, BK has so much bad karma, he'll be reincarnated 3 times to serve each consecutive life without parole, plus once more for the burglary. That is funny. That was Reddit. Reddit seems to be one of the more difficult, warrants that they've served. Let's see, 174, Pullman Police Department. What did Pullman find? Beth, thank you very much. Let's see. You guys can all see, right? Thank you, member, for 14 months. Beth, Selena K gifted a membership. Thank you. Ivy Berlin. Hello, friends. Maybe you can help me understand if those traffic stops were planned or coincidence. I think they were not planned. Selena K gave a huge super sticker. Kimar gave a super sticker. Lois says, great job, Amber. Much appreciated. We've got Kimar also with a thumb of number 1. And Tumwater Troy, a member of the jury. OG, 22 months. Thank you. Thank you all. All right. Continuing our reading. This is Danny Vargas writing this report. They wrote a ton of reports. 11:12 at approximately 23:40 hours, Whitcomb received a hit-and-run accident in the area of Pullman, Washington. Remember this is where we had like 4 hours of police officers on scene with body cam and dash cams running. Multiple Pullman Police Department officers arrived on scene, blocked off the area where the incident occurred. The location of this accident was near the west entrance of the apartment complex near Kohberger's residence. OF was later arrested as a suspect in this case and booked into Whitman County Jail. F was booked into Whitman County Jail on 11/13 at 8:54 a.m. On January 3rd, the Pullman PD records specialist sent me a link to ppdevidence.com so I could view and download videos related to this case. I downloaded 35 videos, which spanned from 11:22 at 23:41 hours to 11:13 at 3 25 hours. A majority of the videos were in the area where the suspect vehicle was eventually located, Northeast California Street. I provided the downloaded videos to Detective Mowry so he could upload them to the MPD evidence server. I later viewed the videos. I did not see a vehicle matching Kohberger's vehicle in any of the videos on Brandy Way, or this would have taken days just to watch this, just so you know. 35 videos, 4 hours long each. That's a lot of time watching for every car that goes by to see if it's a white Elantra. Let's see. The longest video recording on Brandy Way starts at 11:43 p.m. and runs for 1 hour, 21 minutes. Okay, so it's not that long. All of the videos captured on Brandy Way span from 11:12 at 23:41 to around 11:13 at 100 hours. Brandy Way was closed off with the cones and police tape for about a couple hours so the scene could be processed. Detective Sergeant Chris Engel told me that Northeast Brandy Way was cleared by 11:13 at 12:30. This included the west entrance to the apartment complex, which police had tape across the entrance. The east entrance to the apartments was still available for the access to the complex. While reviewing Kohberger's cell phone data extraction, I located a screenshot of the Whitman County jail roster for OF information. The last modified date and time for the image was 11:13 at 6:27 p.m. This image was taken from Yik Yak. In Kohberger's Chrome tab history on his phone, I located where he searched Google for broadcastify.com/listen/feed. This is listening to the police scanner, live police scanner on the internet. That's the Broadcastify is the company that does that. Pullman Police and Fire live dispatch audio feed on 11:13, and he wanted to hear the police responding to his crime scene. Wow. That's wild. So he literally listened to the police respond to his crime scene. 194. This is going to be the BKPA interview. We're about halfway done, guys. Brett Payne writes this report. December 29th. Idaho State Police Detective Sergeant Gilbertson, FBI Special Agent Shirley, and I arrived in Albertsville, PA, in preparation for the service of the arrest and search warrants for Kohberger and his family's residence. After several coordination meetings, Detective Gilbertson, S.A. Shirley, and I drove to the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks at Stroudsburg, PA, to await the arrival of Kohberger after his arrest and to interview him upon his arrival. At approximately 2 o'clock in the morning on December 30th, Kohberger was brought to the police station, to the barracks, and placed in an interview room. The interview was recorded on the built-in video system in the barracks, as well as Detective Gilbert's pocket recorder. Detective Gilbertson and I were the interviewers present. This is a summary of our interview with Kohberger and is not a verbatim transcript of the interview. A full interview transcription will be released attached to the case file. Dr. Gilbertson and I began by introducing ourselves and stating which agencies we represented. When I stated who I was, Kohberger stated, "You do look familiar." Detective Gilbertson and I prepared our note-taking materials, and Detective Gilbertson read Kohberger his Miranda rights advisement. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he understood his rights, to which he replied he did. After collecting Kohberger's personal information and inquiring about any medications, Detective Gilbertson and I began to speak to Kohberger. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger about the SWAT operation at the house, to which Kohberger replied he was concerned about his parents and his dog. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he was going to Washington State University, to which he replied he was. He made small talk with Kohberger about sports for some time. Kohberger stated he didn't follow WSU football much, but was a baseball fan. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he had only been at WSU for one semester. Kohberger confirmed this and said he came to WSU with his father on July 1st. Kohberger then went on to say he was a first-year Ph.D. student in the criminal justice and criminology. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger what the process was to apply for a Ph.D. Kohberger stated he applied to 2 places, UC Irvine and WSU. Kohberger said he was going to graduate with his master's in criminal justice from DeSales and was inspired. Kohberger then asked if he was okay to engage in small talk like we were, which he replied it was. After briefly mentioning he was strengthened by the fact that his mother and father were okay, Kohberger said he applied to the 2 aforementioned schools because the time because they did not require the GRE exam. Kohberger then spoke about the GRE for a brief time and then said he was accepted by WSU. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger what led him down the road of becoming a professor. Kohberger stated it was because he loved being in college and stated knowledge was far more important to him than money. Kohberger added WSU had a good program to study under and then said, "You guys know all about this more than likely." Kohberger then asked questions about University of Idaho and other Idaho universities before stating he didn't know much about Idaho or Washington and had not left the tri-state area much. Kohberger then returned to speaking about his focus on learning and how he thought he could obtain his doctorate degree. Kohberger then said he recently returned home to see his family. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger about his time at DeSales University. Kohberger spoke for some time about his time at Northampton Community College and DeSales. Kohberger then spoke about how he became interested in criminal justice and stated he thought about being a police officer but did not want to make the commitment unless he was absolutely sure. He then continued to speak about his education and universities. He also spoke more about the process to get into the Ph.D. program and how competitive it can be. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger about his move to Washington. Kohberger said he drove across the country and wanted the challenge of driving across country and experiencing it with his father. Kohberger, is it a challenge? I mean, it's just tiring. Kohberger then said he took a different route back home with his father for Christmas break to avoid snow. Kohberger spoke about his travels and the risks of such travels in winter. Kohberger then began to speak about the beauty of the environment and its relationship to God and a higher power. We spoke about this for some time, and Kohberger said he was raised Christian but always a skeptic, except when confronted with the beauty of the natural world. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he had ever been to the Pacific Northwest prior to coming to WSU, and Kohberger said he had not. I asked Kohberger if he and his father made any stops along their way back to Pennsylvania. He told me they visited Colorado, but the main goal was just to drive. Kohberger then told a story about seeing an unmarked police car near Kansas City speed up behind him, catch up to another vehicle, turn on its emergency lights, then drive away. Kohberger thought this was strange and was unsure why it occurred. Because the guy recognized him. He's like, oh, crap. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger about the job he mentioned. Kohberger stated he was a teaching assistant. Kohberger then talked about how busy he was and how the funding package that comes along with being a teaching assistant is what makes the extra work worth it. Kohberger then discussed ongoing projects with WSU PD, Pullman, and Pullman PD. Kohberger spoke more about being a TA and is essentially assisting the professors and the department. He stated that he did not get to assist with teaching with the exception of assisting with office hours. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he wanted to be a TA again next summer, and Kohberger replied he would. Spoiler alert, that doesn't happen. Kohberger then stated he understood why we were engaging in small talk, but would appreciate it if we explained to him what he was doing there. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger why he thought we were there. He said he wanted Detective Gilbertson to tell him. Detective Gilbertson said we were there because of what occurred in Moscow, but did not provide any further detail. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he watched the news. Kohberger said, I watched the news. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger why he thought I looked familiar. Kohberger said he wasn't sure, and I stated I had a familiar face and looked like someone he used to know. There's a song in my head now. Someone that he used to know. Detective Gilbertson then said that we were there because of what happened in November, just off the University of Idaho campus. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he knew what that was, which Kohberger replied, of course. When prompted to elaborate, Kohberger said it was an incident we had been investigating for, how long has it been? Kohberger said there were probably several incidents, and then said he was aware of a homicide because of a WSU alert he received. Detective Gilbertson asked when Kohberger received the alert. Kohberger said he wasn't sure, but thought it was sometime in the previous month. Detective Gilbertson confirmed that was why they were there and asked if Kohberger wanted to talk about that. Kohberger replied, well, I think I would need a lawyer. Kohberger then asked if we would explain to him what we were there for specifically and added he was tired. Detective Gilbertson again stated that we were investigating the homicides of the 4 students and that we had questions and things we hoped Kohberger would help us understand. Kohberger sat back and said he had the utmost respect for law enforcement, but stated it was his constitutional right to speak to an attorney. Detective Gilbertson affirmed this. Kohberger then re-engaged and said the only thing he heard of from Moscow was an alert that came through his phone. Kohberger then said he wanted to talk to an attorney. Detective Gilbertson said he would stop now because Kohberger wanted to speak to an attorney. Kohberger then asked where his parents were and where his dog was. Kohberger re-engaged again and asked what questions we would have for him. Detective Gilbertson then asked Kohberger again if he understood his rights and asked specifically what Kohberger wished. Kohberger asked what specifically we wanted to talk to him about and the reason. I told Kohberger he invoked his Fifth Amendment rights and we were not going to ask him any further questions. Kohberger asked again for the reason he was there, but added he would like to talk to an attorney. At this point, we concluded our interview with Kohberger and left the room. Wow. All right. That was the BK interview, number 194. Next up, AT&T, 196. Once again, a big shout out to Amber at, our mod, Amber, and also her work she does on the Discord page as the gavel drops for sorting most of these and filtering out most of the useless ones, with one exception, Amber. This is from Lawrence Mowry, date of 5/3/2023. This is the latest report we've seen as far as dates go in the year. So this is the following year, May 3rd. I had to count on my fingers. I was assigned the task of examining the call detail records, CDRs, that were obtained from AT&T pursuant to a warrant served by Captain Brett Payne for the time frame of November 12th through November 14th. These records were requested for the account associated with the phone number known as the 8458 phone. This is Bryan Kohberger's phone. I was specifically requested to examine the records showing the connectivity to cell towers between 2 and 6 p.m., and this was a time frame surrounding the homicides at King Road. Although the records contained records for voice, data, and SMS usage in the 48-hour data set, I only located 27 data usage records for the specified time frame. To assist in mapping the location of the cellular towers and the direction of their sector antennas, I imported the data into a CastViz version 30.0.0. So Cast is the cellular location stuff, and Viz is visualizer. So it's basically just it's the tool that makes the reports and the charts that we see in court so often. The phone connects with several different cell towers in Pullman, Washington between 2 and 2:25. The phone appears to be traveling within or near the city of Pullman, Washington. At 2:42, the phone connects to a tower near Northeast Skyview Drive on the Washington State University campus. At 2:47, the phone connected to a tower on Observation Drive on Washington State University campus. In continuing to examine the data, I found an approximately 2-hour period with no interactions between the 8458 phone and the AT&T network between 2:47 and 4:48. So this is the time frame basically when he was driving to the apartments and leaving the apartments, or leaving wherever he ditched some of the gear. The phone connects to a tower located near Paradise Ridge, south of Moscow, at 4:48 in the morning. The phone connects to towers south of Moscow, Idaho, which is consistent with travel back to Pullman, Washington, utilizing towers along the route. So it connects coming back up. It was unconnected the whole time it was down. From my training and experience, I know cellular devices can send or receive data to cellular towers with the user's input, such as surfing the internet, or without the user's input, such as system data. The normal reasons for a cellular device to not show connections to a cellular tower are the device is not in range of a tower, the device is physically blocked from receiving it, such as a Faraday bag when you put it in that metal bag, or the device is in airplane mode, or the device is powered off. I think powered off is most likely the option. I contacted AT&T Global Legal Demand Center and confirmed devices on the AT&T network connect at least every 60 minutes if no user connectivity is initiated. I verified the location of the several towers shown in CastViz and confirmed their locations with the data in the call detail records. Signed by Detective Mowry. Now we've got the BK Amazon vehicle going up to number 206, up into the next batch. Brett Payne writes this one as well. Where's my mouse? There we go. Amazon return items in Kohberger's vehicle. These are things he did not want anymore, I think. There we go. Come on. Mouse. On Thursday, June 8th, I accessed Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra in order to photograph items in the trunk compartment. So this is quite some time afterwards. The items were identified as being ordered via Amazon by the same account Kohberger used to purchase the K-Bar knife sheath. But he used a gift card on that one. I was able to identify 3 items from the trunk compartment which could positively identify as the same items ordered from Amazon per the return obtained via subpoena in this case. So apparently they held the car for so long, the return period has expired, and now he doesn't get to return them. That's awesome. I like that. The first item was a bottle of supplements named Amandine Vitamin D3 K2 Vegan on the Amazon return. The bottle was in the trunk compartment. It was contained in a small plastic bag. The bottle's label read Amandine Vegan D3 and K2 Get Dietary Supplements. The second item I positively identified was labeled as Lead Brand Scissor Jack 1.5 tons on the Amazon return. I found a 1.5 ton scissor jack in the trunk compartment, but it did not have any brand markings. I searched for the same name on Amazon and found the same item I located in the trunk compartment. It should be noted the jack came with a ratchet handle as well. This item was booked previously. The third item I located was labeled Cartman Warning Triangle Dot Approved on the Amazon return. I located a red rectangular plastic box with warning triangles inside. On the side of the box was a sticker which read Cartman. On the top of the sticker and Cartman Warning Triangle Dot Approved 3-pack new on the bottom of the sticker. So he's got a jack and safety gear. What for? When was this? When did he order those? But we'll have to find that. We'll have to see when he ordered it. That's the Amazon. Let's see. Amazon purchases is 208. That's next. Let's see what Mr. BK ordered from Amazon. Brett Payne writes this one and says, where's my mouse? Let's get rid of the sidebar, please. Why do I have a sidebar? Always show sidebar. Don't always show sidebar. There we go. Brett Payne says the following. On Tuesday, June 13th, Darren Gilbertson from ISP, Idaho State Police, provided me with 3 packages he obtained by ordering the items from Amazon. This is K-Bar, K-Bar Sharpener, and vegan supplements. Gilbertson stated he purchased the items in the same fashion used by Kohberger to purchase a K-Bar with sheath, a K-Bar sharpener, and a bottle of supplements. I photographed each of the packages and their content along with the order paperwork Detective Gilbertson provided. So it's funny because they ordered one too. They wanted to see if it was the same thing. I photographed each of the packages and their content. The packages contained 1 K-Bar straight fighting knife with leather USMC sheath, a K-Bar sharpener, and a bottle of vegan supplements. I attached all photos to this paperwork and booked all the items into MPD evidence. The paperwork is included in the package containing the knife itself. So they have in evidence a K-Bar knife, but it's one they purchased to see what it would look like when they ordered one from the same place that he ordered one. Does that make sense? The police do not have the actual murder weapon. Let's see, 210, more about the knife. From the medical examiner. Danny Vargas writes this one. Meeting with the Spokane County Medical Examiner. On June 7th, I reached out to Dr. V.S., Chief Medical Examiner for the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office, to arrange a meeting with the Latah County Prosecutor's team. Dr. S. stated that she could meet on June 28th, which worked for the prosecution team. On June 27th, I met with TS, MPD evidence technician, and had item 733. This is the item they purchased. So they bought the K-Bar knife. They had the knife with them, temporarily released to me so I could bring it to the meeting with Dr. S. I locked item 733 in a temporary lock box in MPD detectives as our meeting was on the following day. Drink water, we're all concerned. I'm sorry. This one appears to be empty. All right. Thank you, the other Jules. I'm now fully hydrated. All right. So he brings the knife they purchased with. He's got it locked, ready for the interview with the ME. On June 28th at approximately 10:30, myself, along with Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Jeff Nye, and Ingrid Beatty, met with Dr. S. at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's office. Dr. S. had pre-selected several photos from each victim to go over with us so she could describe the shape of the weapon. By shape, she's talking about like the look of the blade as far as stabs and cuts. You guys are funny. Which would have caused the injuries. I removed the K-bar knife with the sealed from the sealed package and showed it to Dr. S. Dr. S stated the shape and size of the K-bar knife was consistent as being the weapon which could have caused the injuries on all 4 of the victims. Dr. S described how some of the wounds had 2 points on either end and how some wounds had a point on one end and a square shape at the other end. Dr. S explained how the K-bar knife could have created these wounds depending on the depth of the injury. Dr. S explained the tip of the knife having sharp edges on either side, so they're talking about right up here. This part is sharp and this part is sharp. Would show a wound with the points on either end. Dr. S described a deeper wound, so if the knife was plunged beyond this curved part on the top. A wound with would show a point on one side and a square on the other, and how it matched the shape of the knife blade, having a single sharp edge on one side and a square edge on the other below the tip. Dr. S pointed out that some of the wounds had a mark that was consistent with the look of a guard of the K-bar knife. Okay, so oh my goodness. That means the knife was plunged all the way into the guard, and the guard itself caused damage or made contact with the body enough to leave a mark. That means you've got, this is how... I don't have like an abnormally sized head. This is incredibly deep. This is a vicious stab where you're almost fully going through somebody's body with that amount of force. Let's see. So it was consistent with the guard on the K-bar knife right here. It could also be that the guard itself was used to hit. So without a stab, if the knife was used, if you were trying to punch someone, the guard could come in contact with them without the blade actually penetrating. Dr. S described how the wounds could look different depending on the skin stretching, the dynamics of the situation at the time, and the angle or position of the knife it was in when it was inserted and or removed, and how a victim was moving or not moving at the time. Dr. S described some of the injuries depicted that the strength of the weapon itself and the force used would have been great. The K-bar knife is an extremely strong blade. It's not a little pocket knife, right? It's not like a little Swiss Army knife with a little fold-out blade that is relatively thin. It is substantial. It is very difficult to damage. It's, you can run it over with a truck. It's going to be fine. I'd be more worried about your truck than the knife. We concluded our meeting with Dr. S. I brought item 733 back to the MPD and booked it back into evidence on June 28th. He did not return it to Amazon. So that is the knife and the ME. Now about the tip. 217. Brett Payne writes this report as well. Wednesday, July 12th, I spoke to RD, who previously called in a tip about possibly seeing Kohberger at the Clarkston Safeway. Safeway is a grocery store, or it's a convenience store, excuse me. The morning of November 13. Safeway. Is it a grocery store or is it a gas station? I'm trying to remember. I don't think they have that chain out here. Might be a gas station, might be a grocery store. I asked D to tell me what he knew. D told me he was in the Clarkston Safeway between 9:30 and 11:30 on the morning of November 13th and noticed a man in front of him in line. He said that he saw the man's face because D made a comment to the store clerk which caused the man to turn and look at him. He stated he didn't think anything of the encounter until he saw Kohberger's face on the television upon his arrest. He told me he was sure the person he saw was Kohberger and he was wearing a black hoodie with the hoodie down. D told me that this was all he knew and he wanted to make sure law enforcement was aware of it. And so that was July 12th, 2023. And he remembers seeing somebody on November 13th, which would have matched up. So this sounds like a legitimate tip. On to an FBI tip number 9237. This is number 2041 as far as documents go. Less than 100 to go. Brett Payne writes this report. Brett, you're doing a great job. Wednesday, September 13th, FBI Tech Specialist T forwarded me tip serial number 9237 via email. The tip was called in on August 22nd to the FBI tip line. The caller, RT, advised the call taker he saw a person whom he thought was Kohberger at 1122 King Road on 2 occasions in July on 2022. T advised he came to the road to that address as he was a real estate agent looking for property for clients. T stated on both occasions he saw Kohberger and Kohberger's father. Kohberger's father lived in Pennsylvania. In July of 2022. Okay, maybe his dad drove him out there and flew back. Could have happened. Let's read more. On Wednesday, September 13th, I called T on the telephone after verifying his identity via TLO. He was a licensed real estate agent living in Florida. I asked him to relate to me what he reported to the FBI. He told me he drove his nephew, also named T, to the western U.S. from Florida, and his nephew was dying from cancer. T advised he came through Moscow and saw a sign for property for sale, so he followed the sign to 1122 King Road to look for the property for clients. While he was parked out front, T said the brown Jeep-type pickup pulled into the parking lot, driven by an older man with a red beard. T said he then saw a male who he was sure was Kohberger get up from the back seat. T said, and the driver exchanged small talk, and T said he walked to the back door to speak to the tenants, but no one answered. T said he left the area with his nephew shortly after that. Okay, I'm smelling BS on this one. Is that bad? T said he returned to 1122 King Road on his way back to Florida. Because why not? Drive across the country and go to the specific address and see. Yeah, the probability factor is very low right here. T said he was parked in front of the house when the white car, which he described as the same one they've shown on television, drive by the house. T said he was sure the driver was Kohberger's father and Kohberger was in the passenger seat. T said the vehicle sped away and he did not see where it went. I asked T if he remembered when this took place. T asked me what month the homicides occurred. I told him it was November, to which he replied, it must have been around then. Police, I don't know how they just don't arrest everyone on the spot for false reports. T previously told the FBI he was in Moscow in July. T then told me his nephew passed away a short time after he returned from his trip, so obviously he can't corroborate. I asked T when his nephew passed away. T told me his nephew passed away 8 years ago. I thanked T for his time and told him I would call him with further questions if needed. I'm guessing that call was never made. At this time, there is nothing to corroborate T's statements based off inconsistencies in his timeline. Further investigation will be completed if necessary. This is a summary of my conversation with T. Our conversation was not recorded. These are just psycho. This is just straight up psycho. That's 241. Next up, 246, a WSU tip. We're just trying to read to you the pertinent documents. Once again, for those that have joined in the meantime, the Moscow Police Department has released all of these police reports, these tips, these interactions they've had with members of the public, following up leads, getting evidence, getting video, everything they have done related to this report that has not been sealed. They've basically released in narrative, in text form, and they've released to everybody. We have downloaded all 314 reports and Amber from our moderator here on the channel, as well as from the Gavel Drop. She's the owner of that Discord page, has gone through all of these to pick out the pertinent ones that have bits of information that are either funny, insightful, or interesting, that they give us more of information about what happened on that day. This is the first document dump of many. The other documents, which are going to be even more interesting, I think, are going to be some of the sealed documents that the judge is going to start unsealing beginning 41 days from today. 41 days because yesterday was the Bryan Kohberger sentencing, and he has 42 days to file notice of appeal, even though he waived his right to appeal. So him filing notice of appeal might be a breach of the plea deal he entered. It's bizarre, but it's the way it works. The judge said, I'm going to wait until that time period expires, and then I'm going to start releasing stuff beginning with the newest. So there will be more documents in about a month and a half. All right. Brett Payne writes this report as well. Tuesday, October 10th, I met with WSU student K.O., here too referred to as L. All right. K.O. is L. The math didn't math for me there. I was going to say O or K might be appropriate. In reference to this case, I was accompanied by FBI agent Hill for this interview, as well as an FBI interpreter who was present via phone call. As L is from blank, probably a country name there. This is a summary of my interview with L and is not verbatim representation of an interview. The interview was recorded and is attached to this case digitally. I was interviewed once previously by FBI agent Zachary in December of 2022. L was a former teaching assistant, or L was, I said excuse me, that changes everything. L was interviewed once previously in December of 2022 by FBI agent Zakowski. Holy cow. That's a name. Zahachewski. Let's go with that. That's the closest I can do. L was a former teaching assistant with Kohberger and shared an office with him for the fall semester of 2022 at WSU. I began by asking L to tell me how he met Kohberger. L stated they were both TAs for the criminology program at WSU and shared an office in Wilson Short Hall. L considered Kohberger a friend and stated he thought Kohberger was very intelligent, but also selfish. L said Kohberger would often mislead him when it came to their shared work and would have L complete work meant for Kohberger. What a jerk. What a jerk. He wouldn't pull his fair share. L said Kohberger came to his dorm room on one occasion around the time of the homicides. L was unsure on the exact date. After L asked him for a ride to class, L also added Kohberger began to talk much more than usual after the homicides. L characterized Kohberger's conversations as those coming from someone who wanted to vent. L stated Kohberger attempted to use his authority as a TA to inappropriately interact with female students. Ooh. L stated he thought Kohberger wanted a girlfriend and added they talked about Kohberger wanting a girlfriend on many occasions. L said Kohberger told him he might lose his TA position over an issue with Dr. S. Kohberger asked L to help fight the allegations, but L stated he refused to help Kohberger. L characterized Kohberger as a dishonest person. To support this, L stated he spoke to Kohberger in late December of 2022, and Kohberger said he was packing his bags to catch a flight back to Pennsylvania. L later learned from Kohberger had been back in Pennsylvania for some time and drove back with his father. L then told us about some injuries he witnessed on Kohberger's face and hands. L was unsure of the date, but stated he thought he noticed the injuries on two separate occasions in October and November of 2022. L stated one injury was a large scratch on Kohberger's face, which L described as looking like scratches from fingernails. L said he also saw wounds to Kohberger's knuckles on two separate occasions. When L asked Kohberger about what happened to him, Kohberger replied he had been in a car accident. L also stated Kohberger was frequently 20 minutes late to their classes. I asked L what he and Kohberger would talk about. L said Kohberger liked to discuss his area of study, which was criminal decision-making and burglary-type crimes. S.A. Hill and I advised L to reach out if he wished to add anything to what he had told us, and concluded our interview. Whoa. Possibly fought back. That is new. That was 246. Next up, we have Soil, 257. Brett Payne writes this one. If I can find my mouse, that would be great. There it is. File attached to Spillman case. There we go. On Friday, March 1st, 2024. Okay, this is the most updated report we've seen. I received an email from FBI geologist, IS, containing the report completed reference the soil found on the shovel recovered from Kohberger's white Elantra. So we have a shovel with soil on it. I attached the PDF report to the Spillman case file. The summary of the report is as follows. The soil in the shovel is consistent with soil found in the Moscow area, based off her analysis. The report also stated the soil was likely not from anywhere east of Moscow. This finding also excluded Pennsylvania as a likely source for the soil. The report stated the soil from the shovel displayed characteristics of soil carried to the area via a water source, though this could have been recent or any point in the area's geologic history. During conversation with S, he stated the exact area of the sample came from would not likely be attainable due to the prominence of the mineral compounds from the sample that are found throughout the Moscow area. See attached report for further details. That means that the knife and possibly the clothes are possibly buried in a river type area around Moscow. Wow. Okay, 260. Now we're getting into some of the court stuff. 260 is the juror questionnaire, the juror survey. Brett Payne writes this one. On Friday, March 8th, I received an email from P.A. Thompson, referenced the receipt of a phone survey. The recipient, NB, stated someone called her and began to ask questions about the Kohberger trial, to include questions about how this person felt about the case. See below for information provided via emailed Word document. The phone number listed, it lasted 18 minutes. They stated they were a company performing a survey among the community in relation to the Bryan Kohberger case. They verified if I was a Latah County resident and which city I considered myself a resident. Here's a small list of the questions that I can remember. These questions are not verbatim, but the general sense of what I can remember being asked. 1. Have I read, listened to, or seen any newsreels regarding Bryan Kohberger or the families of the victims? 2. Have I read, listened to, or seen any television or movie documentaries regarding Bryan Kohberger and or the families of the victims? 3. Were you aware of any television, movies, or documentaries concerning Bryan Kohberger on sources like Netflix? 4. What sources have you listened to, read, or seen as a source of information? 5. Can you name the specific newspapers, news stations, or source of information that you received your knowledge of the case? 6. Have I heard or participated in any rumors surrounding Bryan Kohberger, the victims, or their families? I responded no, but that I've heard rumors regarding law enforcement involved in the case. 7. In a general statement, how would you describe how the community has been affected by the murders? I'm trying to get the snap back on this K-bar knife. It's a doozy. Got it. 8. Has the murders caused anyone you know or yourself any excess stress? 9. Do you feel the community has felt an excess of stress since the murders? 10. Do you know a student that attends the University of Idaho? 11. Do you know or are related to law enforcement and or anyone directly involved in the case? 12. In a general statement, do you feel Bryan Kohberger could receive a fair trial? 13. Do you think if you were asked to serve on a jury, you would be able to serve fairly, weighing the evidence of the case and the case presented? 14. Have you ever driven past the residence in which the murders were committed? 15. Did you ever read, watch, or listen to any reports of Bryan Kohberger's arrest in Pennsylvania? 16. How would you describe how closely you've been following the Bryan Kohberger case? I can't remember much more, but I felt the questions were sometimes redundant, just changing some words here and there, and they were focused on my personal opinion and my opinion of the community surrounding both the victims, their families, and Bryan Kohberger. There were several questions regarding if I felt Kohberger could get a fair trial, and if I felt I could impartially or fairly sit on a jury. The questions were just worded differently, but that was just the general sense they were trying to get the feel me out in my responses. On Monday, March 11th, I received another report from P.A. Thompson stating that J.M. received a similar phone call. I called Mrs. M. and learned the following. The business that called M went by the name Research Strategies, Inc. The company's website ResearchStrategiesInc.com, states that they conduct various types of surveys to include public opinion surveys and post-trial jury analysis. The phone number provided to Miss M shows up on the Better Business Bureau website for the same company out of Alabama. I checked TLO, found the number used to be associated with a woman in Alabama who passed away in 2011, which further lends it to being the correct number, just reassigned to this business. I spoke to Miss M, who stated she received the call approximately 4:51 p.m. on March 10th of 2024. The first question she was asked was if she was a Latah County resident. There were several questions that followed, which asked generic questions about trials and the criminal justice system. Then she stated the questions about, then she stated the woman asked her specifically if she was aware of the Kohberger trial. Mrs. M stated she refused to answer, asked the woman who she worked for Research Strategies, with the number provided, who was paying for the survey, and asked for her supervisor. The woman gave her the company's number and stated she was unaware who was responsible for the survey. Mrs. M also stated the number the woman likely called from was blank. This number is not found in TLO and is likely a Google voice type number not associated with a person. It's a burner phone. This is the number, also the number that called B. Miss M stated she posted to her Facebook page asking if anyone else had received similar calls, and she stated several people in the Potlatch area had received calls from the same number that called her, but most were not answered. I asked her to keep me posted if she became aware of any further information. My conclusions are this is a legitimate survey requested via this company. Open source searches suggest a study like this would cost in the tens of thousands of dollars. I called a private number for Research Strategies Inc. and was directed to leave a message. The recording also stated I had reached Research Strategies Inc. So that was when that first came to light, and there was a battle in court over that. Next one for the phone survey, 262. Brett Payne writes this one. On Friday, March 8th, I received an email from prosecuting attorney Bill Thompson advising me of a telephone survey received by NB and had provided a typed summary of the phone survey, which stated the following. And this is the verbatim of the questions we just had. We already talked to him. I can't remember much more, but I felt the questions asked about this. On March 11th, is this the same thing? This is Miss M. This is redundant report. Okay, now we've got a little bit more here, so let's focus on this. Additionally, Miss M stated the call made her very uncomfortable. She did not think it was right for people to be calling and asking such questions. I later learned of 2 additional people in the Moscow Police Department and Latah County Prosecutor's Office who received the call and confirmed the same questions were asked. On Thursday, March 14th, I also received a phone call. The caller ID showed as political call. Arkansas, thank you very much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Love the super sticker. Let's see. I answered the phone call and listened to the questions. I've attached. So now the officer writing this gets the call. I attached the call to this case, and the transcript of the conversation is as follows. Note the recording starts approximately 15 seconds after the beginning of the call. Payne says, okay. Caller says, we've got this Surancia, Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish region. Payne, no. Caller, yeah. Race, please. Payne, blank. Caller says, okay, before we get started, I'd like to know that there are no right or wrong answers. You're always free to respond. I don't know or no opinion. Caller says, answer to any question, and all your answers remain confidential. So I'm going to start with 3 statements about the criminal justice system, and then we'll get to the case itself. And for each one of these, please tell me whether you agree, strongly agree, somewhat disagree, or disagree strongly. I hate these ones. I always like to say the middle, because they want you to say one of those words. So here's the first one. If the government brings someone to trial, that person is probably guilty. Payne says, no opinion. Caller, okay. And the next one is it better for societies to let some guilty people go free than to risk convicting an innocent person? Payne says, no opinion. Caller says, okay. Then the last one is even the worst criminals should be considered for mercy. Payne says, no opinion. Caller says, okay, and now I'm going to ask you about an upcoming jury trial in your community. Back in 2022, 4 students attending the University of Idaho of Moscow were stabbed to death in their home. About a month later, Bryan Kohberger was arrested and charged with murder. So have you seen or heard anything about this case? Payne says, So I'm about to stop you right there. I actually work for the City of Moscow Police Department, so I can't answer any more of your questions. I'd like to know who's requesting you guys to conduct this survey. Oh, this is the best. Caller says, okay, well, we're actually never told who hires us to do the survey. Now, I do have a toll-free number if you'd like to call her front office to see if you can get more information about the survey from our supervisors. Payne says, I've tried to call them, but I'll take the number down anyways. Caller says, okay, yes, sir. And again, just because you work for the police department doesn't automatically disqualify you from doing the survey if you're still interested in doing it. Payne says, no, I'm not. Caller says, okay, all right. That doesn't give you the answer. But yeah, our toll-free number is, and I don't know why they blocked that out, and we're research strategies. And then I can also give you our website if you want. Payne says, I actually found it already, believe it or not. Caller says, okay, the researchstrategyinc.com. Payne says, yep. Caller says, okay, yes, all right. Well, I'm sorry it didn't work out, but hopefully, like I said, if you call, we're on Central Time, so I believe we're 2 hours ahead of you. If we call during business hours Central Time, then I hopefully to give you more information about, but what the case has been used for and so forth. Payne says, okay, can I ask you how many people you guys have been requested to call? Like how widespread is this survey? Caller says, that I unfortunately don't know. We're kind of told everything on that need to know basis here at in the cubicle. So yeah, I've got, don't know how many we're supposed to get as far as like complete surveys and everything. Payne says, how many of you called alone? Do you have any idea about that number? Caller says, yeah, I don't really have a number, and I can say we've been working on this for 2 weeks now, and, we're just like 3.5 hours a night for 2 weeks, Just not everybody wants to do the survey, of course, but, right? I got people who don't live in the country, too. That's a whole other thing, right? Payne says, certainly, yep. Caller says, okay, well, appreciate your time, sir. Payne says, yeah, I don't mean to be rude to you or anything, just wanted to be upfront with you. I can't answer any questions or anything, and I wouldn't prefer to do that if I could. Caller says, so, okay, that's fine. Thank you, Francis Fitzgerald. Thanks for asking people to hit the like button. That does help the channel out. I understand where you're coming from, and unfortunately, I wish I could answer some of your questions, but I think I said I'm operating on very limited information as far as that information. Payne says, yeah, totally get it. Yep, well, I appreciate it, sir. Thanks for giving me what information you could, and I'll reach out to that number, see if I can get some info. Caller says, okay, great. All right. Well, again, hope you have a good night, and it was nice talking to you. Payne says, hey, you too. Take care. Payne says, I attempted to call the number provided and was greeted by a telephone prompt. I was unable to connect with anyone in order to ascertain any further details from the company. It would appear the survey is relatively widespread, asks the same questions, and originates with Research Strategies, Inc. I will add additional reports as they are received. The prosecutor was livid about this because some of the questions, Payne didn't get to them, but some of the questions in that survey bordered the sealed documents. It asked questions about some things they shouldn't possibly have known or that were not widely spread. I think all the information was out in some form, but it was a doozy. All right. On to Tinder. 263. Buckle up. I have no idea where this is going to lead us. Brett Payne writes this one as well. I like his writing style. I like his reports. On Wednesday, March 13th, 2024, I received an email from Captain Blaker, who still receives voicemail tips in reference to this case. They're still coming in years later. Captain Blaker sent me 2 tips for additional follow-up. The first tip was called in by K.O. O stated she thought she had matched with Kohberger in September or October of 2022 on Tinder. Swipe right. I called O and asked her to elaborate on her voicemail. O stated she signed up for Tinder in September or October of 2022, but she was unable to match with anyone in her area. O stated she paid for the additional Tinder feature, which allowed her to move a pin anywhere in the country to see if she could match with someone. O stated she matched with Kohberger a short time later and began to talk to him. O said Kohberger told her he was a criminology student at WSU. The two communicated via Tinder and planned for Kohberger to visit O when he came home for Christmas break that year. Runaway. O then told me that she had a friend who had been murdered in her town a couple years prior. She said she discussed this with Kohberger. The conversation turned to horror movies, which ones O liked the most. O told Kohberger she liked the Rob Zombie Halloween movies. To this, O said Kohberger asked what she thought would be the worst way to die. O said she thought it would be a knife. O said Kohberger then asked her something to the effect of, like a K-bar? O said she didn't know what that was and had to Google it. O said she eventually stopped talking to Kohberger because his questions made her uncomfortable. And you matched with... Ugh. O said when Kohberger was arrested, she recognized his photo and remembered the comment about the K-bar knife. O said she attempted to call the tip line, but I've been unable to verify whether or not O called the MPD tip line. There's no record of O calling the FBI tip line. O said she no longer had access to her Tinder profile and could not get her user ID. This would needed to compare the Tinder records located on Kohberger's phone. At this time, there is nothing to corroborate O's tip. The second tip was a reference a blank driver, Uber maybe, SS, who thought she saw Kohberger. It could have been Lyft or something else. I saw S and asked him to tell me what he saw. I called S and asked. S said he delivers packages to the area of Pullman, maybe it's an Amazon driver, where Kohberger resided during 2022. S said he recognized Kohberger and had seen him while delivering packages to the area on prior occasions. S told me on the occasion he referenced in his tip, he noticed a man dressed in all black with boxing or elf shoes. Like with the bells on the toes? What does an elf shoe look like? Might be UPS. Boxing or elf shoes standing on a footpath behind Terraview Drive. This footpath provided an unobstructed view of the apartment, where S said the female tenants would be visible through a large window. S said seeing the man, who he said looked like Kohberger from what he could see, was unusual given the location. S said he was not positive the man was Kohberger, but resembled Kohberger's appearance. S told me he spoke to an FBI investigator early on, but wanted to make sure the information was passed on. I concluded my phone interview with him and thanked him. Neither of the two conversations were recorded. Elf shoes. Are they like ballet shoes? Oh, man. We're on the final stretch here of documents. That was Tinder. Now on to Costco, number 275. Happy to read all these to you. It's the pertinent ones. I can show you some of the ones we're skipping, but they really are not interesting. A lot of them are procedural when it comes to evidence being transferred and picked up and handed off to different people. All important. Brett Payne writes this one as well. April 25th, 2024, so very recent, considering when these reports were generally written. I received a note from MPD reception to call OT. In reference to this case, I called T, who agreed to come to MPD to speak to me. I spoke to T in interview room number 1. This is a summary of my conversation and not a verbatim transcript. I asked T what made her decide to speak with me on this date. T told me her good friends had convinced her to come talk to the MPD to make sure what she knew was at least conveyed to law enforcement. I asked her to tell me what she knew, and she told me that she and her husband went to the Costco in Clarkston, Washington on 11/13 to pick up new glasses for her. She told me they left Costco around 2 to 2:30 in that afternoon and drove north across Red Wolf Bridge. T told me when they turned eastbound on the highway from the bridge, she saw a man walking in the grassy area between the river and the highway. She stated she thought this was strange. There was nothing for anyone to be doing there. She stated the man was walking eastbound, noticed her staring at him. T said the man looked up at her and then appeared to look down and avoid her gaze. I asked her what the man looked like, and she told me she had seen much of the news coverage regarding Kohberger, and that was what came to her mind, but that she was not certain he was the person she saw. I asked her if the man she saw would match Kohberger's appearance, and she said it would. I asked her what the man was wearing. She told me it thought it was strange as the man was wearing nice clothes. I asked if business casual was a fair classification, and she said it was. Selena K., thank you for the super sticker. What's up? Do I sound terrible? I'm doing okay. I need more water. I'm out of water. But thank you. Selena, thank you for your generosity. Business casual. She stated that she did not see a car the man was walking to and thought that was strange. She said she drove away and that's all she knew. They had drawn a map of the location. I booked the drawing into MPD evidence. On Tuesday, April 30th, I drove the area T described with Corporal Captain Blaker. The area T described as where she saw the man is not visible from the highway once you turn east off the bridge. Anyone walking in the area would have to be very near the guardrail, as the hill is relatively steep and drops away from the highway almost immediately. I called T back on Thursday and asked her to clarify. T told me that the man was on the hill roughly in the middle. T called me back a short time later and told me the man may have been further east along the hillside. I will continue to validate whether or not T's recollection of events is plausible. So, Bryan Kohberger in business attire walking in a field that you can't see from the road. That tip's going to go in the maybe later pile. All right, 283, weather data. Hey, thank you, Mrs. Ari. Oh, he just brought one. I usually get them in threes. All right. Weather data. It's not opening because I've got too many open right now. We've got to close some of these. We're almost done. Brett Payne, back to him. Spillman file narrative. On July 2nd, I accessed the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, website for historical weather data titled National Centers for Environmental Information. Within this website, I accessed the local climatological data tool and selected the state of Washington to search for weather stations. I located the Pullman, Moscow region weather station in the search results and I requested data for the dates of 11/22, or 11/12 and 11/13 of 2022. With this tower data, I selected the following information: daily output, hourly precipitation output, hourly remarks output, and documentation. I completed the above-mentioned date range and requested the data to be sent to my department email. Later that day, I received an email stating the data was prepared for download. I downloaded the file onto my department laptop and attached it to the case file electronically. The PDF document provided was 19 pages in length. Upon review of the document and the provided information key at the bottom, I was able to determine what portions of the report were reporting on the requested dates. The most pertinent information was located on pages 2 and 3. These pages were a report on local climatological data hourly observations. The hours from 14:33 hours on the 12th until 6:53 hours on the 13th show the observation of OVC 08 under sky conditions. Each entry also has a single number after OVC 08. On page 10 of the document is a section detailing what these values mean. The following is from the document. Sky conditions. A report of each cloud layer, up to 3, giving the following information. Each layer given in the following format. CCC 11-XXX, where 1, CCC is coverage, clear sky, few clouds, scattered clouds, broken clouds, OVC overcast, so we have overcast, and VV obscured sky. 10, partially obscured sky, and 11 is layer amount used in conjunction with the coverage code above, given in eighths, aka octas. The sky of the sky covered by clouds. So this is advanced like weather spotting stuff. Weather Watch, you probably understand all of this. I'm struggling through it. Bear with me. Let's see what the numbers mean. Specifically, 0 through 8 indicates the number of octas, or the eighths of the sky, that the cloud layer takes up in the total sky. So 8 would be all of them. You need my phone? You can't have it. I'm using it. I have it, but you can't have it because I need it. He hasn't said anything. All right. So 0 to 2 corresponds with few, 0 to 4 corresponds with scattered, 5 to 7 corresponds with broken, and 8 corresponds to overcast. 9, of course, indicates an obscuration. The sky cannot be seen due to obscuring phenomena like smoke and fog. 10 indicates a portion of the sky that is obscured. And for additional information, see that. So the key is there. It was basically overcast. Overcast the entire sky is what this OVC8 means. And that's why I'm not a weatherman. All right, on to the green jacket, 286. Brett Payne gives us this one as well. July 10th, 2024. Sergeant Gilbertson and I met via Zoom with M, her blank, and their blank, RM, referenced the green and pink jacket that was tested by defense counsel in this case. The interview was not recorded. It should be noted the jacket was initially not collected as evidence and was turned over to the Mogen family as personal property. The box the garment was in was later returned to the MPD upon defense counsel request. I asked M if she had seen the jacket in question. M told me the jacket did not look familiar at all, and her mother stated the same thing. M told us it was not common for other sorority members to come to the house and leave clothes to use later, but she said she did not remember seeing the jacket. M did not have any further information on the jacket, so we ended our interview. So that jacket was sort of like a dead end as far as who owned it and where it came from. Now onto a BK Innocent tip, number 289. This should be good. This should be wonderful. Brett Payne got the pleasure of taking this one. On June 29th, 2024, I attempted to contact SG at blank, referencing a tip G had emailed into the tip line. G claimed to have information about Kohberger and a man named NT. G claimed to have tangible proof Kohberger was framed. G did not answer when I called her on 6/29/2024, so I left her a voicemail. I did not receive a return phone call from G. I attempted to call G again on 7:30. Upon calling, someone answered the phone, did not say anything, and then hung up quickly before I could speak. At the time of this writing, I am unable to contact G. I will investigate further if I'm able to contact with her. Bryan Kohberger's innocent. And then doesn't call back. Yeah. That's I'm going to put this in the nope category as well. On to 290. Another tip. Brett Payne, this is tip follow-up number 157. On July 30th, I contacted TJ from Clarkston, Washington. Jay emailed a tip to Chief Dallinger saying she had information about seeing Kohberger the morning after the homicides. I called Jay and asked her to tell me what she knew. I did not record our conversation. Jay stated she was in Clarkston on 11/13 at approximately 10 o'clock in the morning and went to the Albertsons there to pick up coffee and donuts. Jay said that she had seen the U of I alert on Facebook as she was standing in line and called her boyfriend to tell him about it. Jay said it was at this point she noticed the man in front of her, who she thought could have been Kohberger. Jay said the man was wearing khaki pants, brown shoes, a salmon-colored button-up shirt, a surgical COVID-type mask, and purple surgical gloves. That's a bit much with the gloves in Albertsons. Jay said she didn't think anything of it at the time, but thought she should have let law enforcement know after seeing the photos of Kohberger. Jay did not have information regarding the incident. I thanked her for the information and ended our conversation. Could have been him with the gloves. BK Jail Comms 293. Danny Vargas. Jail phone calls, mail, and messages. On August 7th, 2024, I booked in a DVD which contained the following files pertaining to jail phone calls, mail, and messages. We might have to request these. Amber, let me know if you can dig this, Amber, and let me know who we have to pay to get these. I'm cool with getting the Kohberger calls from the jail. Let me see what that costs, and we'll make that happen. A FOIA request should get this. I don't think they're sealed. So we should be able to get them now. Let's see. Kohberger calls April through May. The document lists all of the calls made in April to May. Calls are in red or not complete. The calls in orange were transcribed using software TurboScribe. The calls in black were transcribed by me. I wonder if we can get the transcription. That would be cheaper than asking. Well, I'd like the recordings themselves, but of all the other formats, documents in the folder, the Word documents created by software TurboScribe, which coincide with the calls listed in orange, detailed in the above listed Word doc. Okay. Where is this? More Kohberger calls, June to August. Same thing. This is like a title page for the attachment. We've got basically half-hour-long calls that are being made. There's a lot there. Amber, flag this one. Yes, yes, please. Put this in the yes, please category. We'll get those. 296 tip dash What's that one? 296. Dustin Blaker, Captain Blaker takes this one. December 8th, 2022, I was asked to follow up on a tip submitted to the FBI from an unknown person in Kitsap County. The tip provided a male in his 60s was seen trying to entice children in Kinston, Washington, and he was driving a white Hyundai Elantra with a Washington plate. The report also stated the male possibly worked or hung out near the Arco gas station in Kingston, Washington. The tip also stated the male had reported he was thinking of moving to Moscow, Idaho. I contacted Deputy Aaron Longdahl and asked him if anyone had made a report to them from 2021 about an older male trying to entice children. Deputy Longdahl advised me they did have a report and stated the case was closed and he did not believe they ever identified the suspect in the case. The plate returned to C or JB from blank Washington. Deputy Longdahl provided me with this info and then told me he would go to Arco gas station and do some follow-up. Deputy Longdahl called me back a short time later and told me he talked to several employees at Arco. None of them remember any older male matching that description or anyone who drove a white Hyundai Elantra. Deputy Longdahl provided me with a report number in case I needed it. On August 6th, I received an email for a discovery, and it was asking if we had any reports from this tip. Once I remembered what the tip was and what I did with it, I realized I never called Kitsap County back to get a copy of that report. On August 8th, I called Kitsap County, received a copy of Deputy Longdahl's agency assist report he completed for his assistance with me, and I also received a copy of the original report submitted to Kitsap County on April 15th of 2021. No suspect was ever identified in the case from Kitsap County. Nothing from this tip will lead us to believe it was related to this homicide case, and I have electronically attached both of these cases to the report. So, attempted kidnapper in the same type of car a year prior, not relevant. Jail neighbor 301. On to our last batch of files. 301. Brett Payne gives us this one. August 21st, I received an email from Deputy Prosecutor Ashley Jennings containing a link to a recent inmate transport wherein one inmate mentioned Kohberger. I accessed the secure link and watched the video. The male inmate, blank blank, was being transported to southern Idaho and was talking to a female inmate, blank blank. They put them together? I guess just on the bus. During their conversation, blank stated he was housed in maximum security, which blank replied, "Oh, you were in there with Kohberger." Blank stated he was. Blank asked, "How is he?" Blank stated, "An effing weirdo." Blank continued to say if he wasn't worried about further legal repercussions, he would have physically assaulted Kohberger. Blank then asked if Kohberger did it, referencing to the homicides. Blank affirmed this statement and added he had pretty good judgment of people, and this Kohberger's eyes tell a story. This was the extent of the conversation about Kohberger. Based off the limited information conveyed by Blank and the fact that he did not mention speaking to Kohberger about the homicides, there will be no further follow-up or conducted with Blank. When criminals think he's weird, Libby, you're right. All right, that's the jail neighbor. Just a few more here. Inmate informant number 303. Brett Payne once again. September 16th, 2024. I spoke to Redacted. Blank was an inmate at the Latah County Jail at the time and had been housed next to Kohberger since August of 2024 until Kohberger's transport in Ada County on September 25th or September 15th. I was made aware by Detective Vargas that Blank spoke about Kohberger while on a phone call with his mother. I responded to the Latah County Jail and spoke to Blank. I began by asking him what he thought of Kohberger having had to live next to him. He told me that Kohberger was highly intelligent and polite for the most part. He told me Kohberger would often question him about his past criminal offenses and why he was in maximum security wing of the jail. I asked what he thought of Kohberger's intelligence. He stated Kohberger was the smartest person he had encountered while in confinement. I mean, that's a low bar, though. So don't be. I mean, I took an IQ test, but today, but I'm not saying that. Never mind. He told me Kohberger quickly became annoying because some of his habits. He told me Kohberger would wash his hands dozens of times each day and would spend 45 minutes to an hour in the shower. I asked him if Kohberger slept at night. He told me Kohberger would be awake almost all night and would only take a nap during the day. He said he could hear Kohberger moving around all night, which also annoyed him. I asked if Kohberger ever lost his temper. He told me on one occasion Kohberger was video chatting with his mother, which he said he did for hours each day, while Blank was watching sports. Blank said, "You suck," to one of the players on the team, at which point Kohberger immediately got up and put his face to the bars and aggressively asked if Blank was talking about him or his mother. Blank said this was the only time Kohberger lost his temper. I asked if Kohberger had mentioned anything about the crimes he was charged with, and he said Kohberger did not mention his alleged offenses at all. He also told me that Kohberger was excited to move to Ada County, stated he had served time at Ada County, and noted that he did not think Blank said he had stated he had served time at Ada County and noted he did not think Kohberger would like it to be there. He's like, I've been there. Jail sucks in that county. I thanked Blank for speaking with me and advised him to notify the Latah County detention deputies if he remembered anything else he wished to tell me. Kohberger's not going to like it in Ada. He's not in Ada anymore. He's been transferred. He's in prison now. So that's the jail neighbor, informant, H.H. Whitcomb, innocent, 305. Brett Payne, once again. November 11th, I was notified via email from Sergeant Gunderson that a woman named H had called Whitcomb with information relating to this case. More specifically, she alleged she could exonerate Kohberger. H hung up with dispatch prior to them gathering further information. The call notes were as follows. Buffer, brace yourselves, says Amber. Okay, here. This is a good one. Caller is advising that she is trying to reach the attorney for Bryan Kohberger. She was a mandated reporter, victim advocate, and is advising that she has information that would prove his innocence. She sent the attorney a letter. On to reach someone that can confirm they are representing Kohberger. Attorney Ann Taylor Law Offices. I called H when I returned to the duty on November 14th. I advised her who I was and asked if she could relate the information she claimed to have. H told me she sent a letter to Ann Taylor's office with the information and would not disclose what she knew to me. I advised her it was my obligation to learn of possible exculpatory evidence. She told me she had never met Kohberger or spoken to him, but she knew he was not the person who committed the murders. I attempted to explain why it was important for me to know of the information she had, but H would only tell me to do a FOIA request so you can learn my maiden name. She also stated if I did so, the FBI would immediately contact me. I asked her if she had contacted the FBI, to which she replied she had not, but they would know as soon as I searched for her name. H then said she did not want any further involvement and hung up on me. Based off H's inavailability or unwillingness to offer any information to be substantiated or investigated further, there is no further avenue to proceed in reference to this call. I need the psycho music for some of these. Holy cow. All right, next, Instagram, IG tip, or Inspector General, one of the two, 306. Brett Payne writes this one as well. Instagram tip follow-up. On December 5th, 2024, I was made aware of a tip reported during this investigation. The tip contained a screenshot of a thread of comments on an Instagram post. Cherry and Max, Ari has the best channel around in the chat. Cream of the crop. Thank you. 9 months. Cherry and Max, thank you. And Raina gifted 10 memberships. Awesome. Thank you very much, Raina, for your continued generosity. Congratulations to the recipients. And thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you. The tip consisted of a screenshot of a thread of comments on an Instagram post. The user, blank, had posted about progress pictures for weightlifting. A person by the name of blank posted a response that stated, "Why did you kill those kids?" To which blank responded by saying, "For fun." I searched this Instagram profile and could not locate the post in question nor the comments associated. I called S on Monday, December 9th, and asked him about the post. He said the blank account was not his. S stated he only had one Instagram account under the username, blank, and he rarely used it. I was able to find this profile, which was private, and the profile photo appeared to be more closely resemble S than the blank account. I asked S if he had ever lifted weights or posted about it. He said he never has been much of a weightlifter, and again stated the blank account was not his. I thanked S for talking to me and ended our conversation. 308 tip follow-up. Full again, hang on. Brett Payne. On Friday, December 2nd, 2024, MM came into MPD, Moscow Police Department, and requested to speak to me to reference a tip concerning the homicides. I spoke to M in the PD lobby. I did not record our conversation and began by sliding me a note that asked if MPD was looking for a second person who could be responsible for the homicides. The note described a male, and the bottom said that if MPD was not looking for another person, to slide the note back to M and she would leave. Blink twice if you're looking for a second person. I told M it was our duty to investigate tips that could result in exculpatory information. M reluctantly slid me another stack of handwritten letters. I read most of these letters and learned they concerned ZF. M blank, and the letters described how F had lived near 1122 King Road approximately 6 months prior to the homicides and had made comments to M about how the parties kept him up at night. M also wrote F had behaved strangely after the homicides and had injuries to his hands. The rest of the letters concerned F, other behavior, and suspected hacking activities according to M. M also stated she gave consent for her DNA kits to be submitted. She submitted in reference to a past unrelated report from August of 2022 to be used. In talking with M, I learned F strange behavior, not talking to M for extended periods of time, showing her memes at strange times, riding his scooter to Pullman, had been ongoing for several years prior to the homicides. M seemed concerned that F had psychotic tendencies and made her nervous at times. M stated F wore gloves almost always and had wounds on his hands and face more than one occasion, which he stated were from scooter crashes. Aside from the fact that F lived near 1122 King Road, I later confirmed he lived at blank until June of 2022, and behaved strangely, M did not have any further reason to suspect blank of being involved. She was mostly concerned about his ongoing strange behavior. I told M if his behavior ever made her fear for her life to call 911. She said she would do so. I thanked M for her time, and she left the letters with me, which I have attached to this case. Based off M's statements and lack of corroboration for F being involved in this crime, I will not be investigating further. It's the scooter driver. It must be him. Slide the note back to me if you're searching for someone else. You don't have to say anything. Just your actions. That's all I need to know. Let's see. That was 308. Next up, 310, vitamins. Danny Vargas brings us this one. April 3rd, 2025. Ooh, this year. I assisted TS and the prosecution team with reviewing the evidence in this case. A question was brought up if Amidine vegan D3 K12 vitamin supplement bottle, which had been in several photographs, had been booked into evidence, and S stated it had not. S checked with Detective Payne and was informed the vitamin bottle was still located in the trunk of Kohberger's white Elantra. I broke the evidence seal on the driver's side door of the Elantra and opened the trunk with the release lever, also breaking the evidence seal on the trunk. I located the Amidine D3K2 vitamin bottle in the trunk in a plastic Ziploc baggie. I collected the bottle out of the trunk, counted the soft gel capsules in the bottle, 22 capsules out of 120, and booked the bottle into MPD evidence. I placed new evidence seals on the driver's side door, the trunk of the vehicle, and I took photos of the seals and the bottle and copied the photos to a DVD and booked the DVD into MPD evidence. Item booked, Amidine Vegan D3 K12 dietary supplement, 125 mcg vitamin D3, 5000 IU 100 mcg vitamin K2 as K2 Vital, 120 vegan soft gels, 22 capsules remaining. Okay. Oops. We forgot to book the vitamins. Done now. Two more. First, we have 312, which is titled Dateline. Dustin Blaker, Captain Blaker gives this one. On May 22nd, 2025, I received an email from Prosecutor Bill Thompson with a request for contact from L.A. L wanted to report her daughter, E.A., and one of her friends, A.N., saw photos of them on Dateline from the latest special in reference to the Moscow murders. I contacted L on May 22nd, and she responded and stated she would be available on May 23rd, but I was not able to contact her on that date. On May 29th, I called L and spoke to her by phone. L told me about her daughter, E. Her daughter, E, watched the Dateline special when they were talking about photos of WSU students on Bryan Kohberger's phone. E was able to identify several of the photos of her and one of her friends, A, as being photos reported to have been found on Kohberger's phone. I asked L if I could talk to E, and she provided E her phone. E told me the following. E was a student at WSU in the fall of 2022 and was in a class where Kohberger was the TA. E was in a class with her friend, A. A was interviewed by ISP Detective Jacob Schrecke on March 2nd, 2023. Ricky C gives us 5 memberships. Thank you, Ricky. Thank you. This is alarming because this information was not public, and Dateline had it. E told me that she had never talked to Kohberger during the class, but he did sit in close proximity to her on the rare occasions he would attend class. E told me she thought Kohberger was socially awkward, but was not able to provide me any other information about him. I asked E how she knew the photos were of her, and E told me she watched the Dateline episode and she was able to tell the photos which she believed had been taken off her Instagram account. E told me during 2022 her account was public, and this was possibly how Kohberger found her photos. E was not able to provide any other information related to the case, and all the above is true. Last one, number 313. Amazon in vehicle. Danny Vargas. On June 26, 2025, this is a month ago, I searched through Kohberger's vehicle looking for the following items, which were on his Amazon purchase history, ordered on 6/20/2022. I previously looked up all of the items ordered and have a photo of what the products looked like. Lead brand scissor jack, 1.5 tons, 3,307 pound capacity, ratchet handle, saving strength design. EP Auto 14-inch heavy-duty universal lug wrench, 4-way cross wrench. Dorman 926 spare tire for select Hyundai Kia models. Worksite tire inflator, air compressor, portable, 20-volt cordless tire pump, 150 psi with digital pressure gauge, rechargeable lithium-ion battery, and 12-volt car power adapter. Orkish 70-piece tire repair, 70-piece tire repair kit. What are you doing? Driving over a bed of nails? Heavy-duty tire plug kit, flat tire repair kit, tire patch kits, puncture repair kit, 70 pieces. Who has 70 tire puncture repair kits? What are you planning on doing that's like, this should be enough? That's just wild. Cartman warning triangle, DOT approved, identical to United States FMVSS 571.125 reflective warning road safety triangle kit pack of 3. TS, MPD evidence technician, unlocked the secure garage where Kohberger's Hyundai Elantra was being stored. I took photos of the vehicle and the intact evidence seals prior to entering the vehicle. I opened the driver's side door and opened the trunk using the trunk release lever, breaking both the driver's side door and the trunk evidence seals. I took photos of the trunk and the items in the trunk. I removed all of the items from inside the trunk. I located the following items in the trunk which matched the Amazon purchased items and took the photos of them. No brand, 70-piece tire repair kit. Heavy-duty tire plug kit, flat tire repair kit, tire patch kits, puncture repair kit, 70 pieces in a black case. Cartman warning triangle DOT approved, identical to United States FMV SS 571.125. Reflective warning road safety triangle kit, pack of 3 in a red plastic case. No brand, scissor jack, 1.5 tons. I located a brand new spare tire in the trunk, which did not have a brand name on it. There was a barcode sticker on the back of the rim of the product number, 926-016. I searched the internet for this item number and was directed to partsgeek.com. Dorman spare tire, 2011 through 2017 Hyundai Accent. I searched for the internet for Dorman 926021 spare tire for 2011 and 2019 Hyundai Elantra and located a photo of the product on partsgeek.com. Both parts and photos from PartsGeek were identical to the spare tire located in the trunk. I took multiple photos of the spare tire and left it in the trunk. I did not find the following items in the trunk. 3,307-pound capacity ratchet handle saving strength design purchased with a scissor jack. EP Auto 14-inch heavy-duty universal lug wrench. 4-way cross wrench. Worksite tire inflator air compressor portable 20-volt cordless tire pump. 150 PSI with digital pressure gauge. Rechargeable lithium-ion battery, and 12-volt car power adapter. I placed all of the items I had removed from the trunk, with the exception of the scissor jack and Cartman warning triangles and the tire repair kit, back into the trunk of Kohberger's car. I closed the trunk of the driver's side door, placed the signed evidence seals on both, and I took photos of the vehicle and the evidence seals. I booked the items removed from Kohberger's truck into MPD evidence. Pentouffle says, but did he also have AAA? I want to know. I want to know. S and I looked through the evidence, which had already been removed from Kohberger's vehicle when first searched in Pennsylvania, and located the following. The 3,307-pound... Oh, we've got a spam call. Hang on 1 second. Hello?
Hey, this is Chase with General Electric Home Security. How are you doing today?
Good. How do you spell your name again? Yeah, I didn't think so. Let's see. I got the 3,307-pound capacity ratchet handle saving strength design purchased with a scissor jack. Took photos of this item, resealed the package. Found the 14-inch heavy-duty universal lug wrench, 4-way cross wrench. Those things are wonderful. It just spin a lug nut on. They're perfect. So much better than just that angle thing. Took the photos of the item, resealed the package. I reopened item 23M-207, looking for one of the items. The above items did not locate it. I resealed the item. The one Amazon purchased item which was not located in Kohberger's vehicle was the Worksite tire inflator air compressor portable 20-volt cordless tire pump 150 PSI with digital pressure gauge, rechargeable lithium-ion battery, and 12-volt car power adapter. I downloaded all the photos taken of the items, copied them to a DVD, and booked the DVD and MPD into evidence. All right. The first batch of documents has been read, has been reviewed, perused, and read, and provided for your entertainment and information. I realize it's been a long day, but I am not done. Tonight, we have a podcast right here on this channel. If you have not been here for the Not Relevant podcast, we talk about everything that is, in fact, not relevant. It is a light-hearted time where we get to hang out with all the amazing friends you've met in chat over the years we've been doing this, and laugh and joke and tell very poor jokes and dad jokes and everything else. 1 out of 10 people regret attending, but you could be one of the 9. So we would ask that you do click the subscribe button on the channel, get notified if you so wish, and then join us at 8 p.m. tonight. Thomas, my podcast partner and friend, and I will be back here to share some funny stuff with you, and it's mostly not crime related. I'll tell you that, because we like to have a little break from some of the heavy stuff we deal with day in and day out. But wonderful. Good to have you here. Raina says, you're amazing. Gives a super sticker. Thank you, Raina. Your support of the channel. Raina is amazing. As we've mentioned, we love Canadians. Even Ian Runkle, who we have a soundbite for. Is this him?
I have the right.
No, that's the wrong one. Where's our Ian Runkle soundbite? Wait for it. I think it's this one.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Yes. He's talking about Canadians hating the United Parcel Service. UPS. Anyway, Ian's a good friend as well. Happy Pioneer Day. Happy birthday to my daughter. Happy birthday to all of you who are celebrating. I realize it's also a sad day as we lost celebrity wrestler Hulk Hogan. So that's some sad news. I know he entertained a lot of people. So, all right, with that, we are ready to call things a night. Is there anything else I need to go over? Anything I missed? We'll see if we can follow up on some of this DVD, the jail calls. I think that's the only thing I'm interested in. I'll tell you up front, I'm not interested, even if it were available, in getting the crime scene photos. I think I realize some people might want to see it, and I'm not going to judge you for that. It's just I'm not going to do that. So we won't be pursuing those, but I will see if we can get the jail phone calls that Bryan Kohberger made, and see if we can get those audio copies to play, and see if those will be released. So you're the first to do it, as far as I know. Nobody else had them yesterday but you. We got in right when the Moscow website listed these, and the website crashed and has been down. If you want any of these documents, including the ones we did not read, they are all available for your enjoyment over on the Discord page as the gavel drops. If you need help getting over to it, we've got a link here that can send you to it. Also, you can, once you get over there, you can just ask for help, and the mods there are wonderful, helping you, guiding you through the system. They have documents on almost every true crime case you could possibly imagine. If there's a case on the docket, something that's happening, something that's coming up, things that have been published, things that have been said, conversations about it, there's something on there. It's a ton of information, a wealth of knowledge, and amazing people over there to boot. So thank you very much. Even watch parties happen over there. So, all right. That said, thank you. Thanks for letting me read all those to you. It was a lot of fun. I do enjoy reading documents like that. I don't know if something's just broken in my head that makes that fun for me, but this is a good day. I like doing that. Hearts still go out to the families. The amazing victim impact statements we heard yesterday, just incredible. I do wish for their continued success in healing and moving forward in the way that they feel is best. So, all right, thank you I saw a couple subscribers come in. I saw that. Thank you very much. Could you quickly explain quantum physics? I'll get right back to you, Donna. That's a little beyond me. Link to the IQ test. I took an IQ test today. I kid you not. I took it. I scored 120. I've got the scores right here. Scored 120, which puts me in the 91st percentile. I did that while listening to chat, pinning things, listening to another court case. I think I could do better if I applied myself and focused, but it's all right. Podcast tonight at 8 p.m. Please be there. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe. We'll go live again 8 p.m. tonight with the podcast. Other than that, we'll be back tomorrow with the Shelby Neely, the conclusion. It's going to be closing arguments in his sentencing hearing, which has taken 2 weeks. As we've gone through all the evidence, similar to the Bryan Kohberger case in that he also killed 4 people. But he pled guilty, and we've just been sitting through all the evidence as the jury down in Florida is deciding if he's going to get the death penalty or life in prison without parole. He'll find that out tomorrow if the jury's able to quickly decide. As the judge has said, these things usually go fast. So we'll do that tomorrow. All right, you guys are amazing. Thank you all. Thank you for your support. I could not do it without your support, and it means the world to me and my family, and honestly, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll see you guys later tonight with a little bit of fun. Have a good one. Bye.